Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. This afternoon, there will be a petition to the Senate, which will be read by the Speaker of the Senate. The petition is by Rendile and Samburu community representatives concerning the acquisition of Karare land in Marsabit County by the Kenya Defence Forces. The Senate Majority Leader will lay on the table of the Senate the National Government Budget Implementation Review Report for the first 9 months of the financial year 2019-2020. There will be a notice of motion by the Vice Chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. The notice of motion is on the adoption of report of the Standing Committee on the nomination of Honorable Rachel Meso Amolo for the appointment as a non-member of Parliament Commissioner to the Parliamentary Service Commission. Pursuant to Standing Order 47-1, the Senator for Trans Nzoia County, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito, will make a statement regarding biodiversity protection as a means of realization of food security. The Senator for Marsabit County, Senator Engineer Hargura Godana, will make a statement concerning the general state of security in Marsabit County. The nominated Senator Naomi Shiyonga will make a statement regarding alleged police brutality on Ms. Mercy Cherono in Olenguruone, Nakuru County. The Senator for Trans Nzoia County, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito, will also make a statement regarding the review of policies for technical and vocational education and training institutions. And pursuant to Standing Order 48-1, the Senator for Kakamega County, Senator Cleophas Malala, will seek a statement from the Ad hoc Committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya concerning the role of the National Hospital Insurance Fund, NHIF, in COVID-19 testing for hotel and restaurant staff in the country. Nominated Senator Abshiro Halake will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources concerning the status of automation of land registries and general land records. The Committee of the Whole House will be considering the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2020. The committee will also be considering the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 38 of 2018. The committee will also consider the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2019. The committee will also be considering the bills, among them the consideration of the amendments by the National Assembly to the Office of the County Attorney Bill, consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Petition to County Assemblies Procedure Bill, and the consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the County Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018. The nominated Senator, Dr. Alice Milgo, moved a motion on the provision of cemetery, funeral parlors and crematoria in all counties. The debate on this motion already began and it will resume. If you're just joining us, the live proceedings of the Senate this afternoon is about to commence. There is some activity at the door, and now I will hand you over for this live proceeding the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Professor Margaret Kamar, has stepped into the chamber. Good afternoon.
Prayer. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable members, the first petition is by myself, and since I'm on this side of the chair, we have consulted and it will reappear tomorrow. The second petition is by Senator Mwaura. Senator Mwaura. Yes. What's your point of order, Senator Kaniri?
I thank you, Madam Speaker. We are unable to access our order paper, so it's very difficult for us to follow what's happening. The online one is not coming on. Maybe if they can give us the hard copies. I have done that 3 times.
Okay, yes, just with a little patient, members. I hear the last minute changes and it's being rolled out just now. It's being rolled out just now. But in the event it delays for another 5 minutes, we'll have the hard copies. But we may continue. Thank you. Yes, it's come. Can you refresh? Yeah, senators, can you refresh? The supplementary order paper is already on. It's on? Thank you. Thank you, senators. It's on.
It is refresh.
Yeah, please refresh, switch it off and switch it on.
Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion.
Leader of majority. Order member, Senator Dulo. Senator Dulo. There is an order that is for the leader of majority. Please move to the table.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to give a notice of motion that reads alteration of the Senate calendar regular session for the 4th session. That notwithstanding the Senate resolution made on 27 February 2020, approval of Senate calendar 17th March 2020, 14th April 2020, 2nd June 2020, and 16th June 2020, alteration of the Senate calendar. The Senate, pursuant to Standing Order 29-4, and 31.3b now resolves to hold a sitting on Wednesday, 24th June 2020 in the afternoon from 2:30 p.m. and thereafter proceed on recess and resume sitting on Tuesday, 7th July 2020. I thank you.
Order number 7, statements.
Honorable Senators, I will read out the statements under 48.1. Some of the members may be out in the extension. The first statement is by the Senator of Kakamega. 48.1. Okay, if he's still out there, we'll be expecting him. Then Senator Bishiro Alake. If you are in the extension, yes, I hear the committee is now running, so we will conveniently skip Senator Bishiro's statement. The Senator of Migori, Senator Dr. Ochilo Ayako. Yes, Senator Ayako. Senator Ayako, maybe you need to come forward because of your microphone.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to seek a statement from the Committee of Budget and Finance regarding the interventions by government towards rescuing public-owned sugar mills. In that statement, I would like the committee responsible for finance and budget to state how much that has been set aside to pay the employees of Sony Sugar Company who have not earned their salaries and allowances from the month of March last year to date. The salaries, the statutory deductions, and any benefits that these employees are entitled. Secondly, in that statement, I want that committee to state when and how much has been set aside to pay farmers who have supplied sugarcane to Sony Sugar Company and have not been paid from the month of March last year to date. Those farmers continue to suffer and they need that payment urgently. And in that statement, I would also want to know how much has been set aside to pay other suppliers who have not been paid since the month of March last year. All these payments have not been made to the employees, to the farmers and other suppliers since the month of March last year. And it would be important for the committee to give us the exact figure in terms of what government has set aside to pay these people. Madam Speaker, fourthly, we want to know what sort of intervention, fiscal intervention, budgetary intervention to rescue these public-owned mills. How much has the government set aside to ensure that the operations, the maintenance, and continued running of these public-owned mills go on? How much has the government set aside so that they do not grind to a halt? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Olekina Ladama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support that statement, but as a Kenyan who serves in all different capacities, also as a businessman, I find it a little bit confusing and disturbing that all public institutions which spend money, which are run like businesses, can never be managed effectively. So, Madam Speaker, when you submit that or you commit that statement to a committee, I would like the committee looking at that to go to the extent of really analyzing the financials of those companies and making sure that at least somebody is held accountable. Because when I hear my good friend, Senator Ochila Ayako, asking how much money has been set aside by the government to be able to pay those employees, it really begs a lot of questions. Why is it that the government has always got to set aside money to pay publicly run enterprises which buys and sell? You know, they get money and they sell. When you go to a supermarket, you will find sugar which people consume that come from these public mills. So, Madam Speaker, I think the issue here is that we depend so much on government. We push government to, you know, to a great extent. Yet, the people who are appointed to run those institutions are the ones who are causing problems to the public. So, Madam Speaker, although I support that statement, I just think that that statement should be changed to holding those people accountable. And it doesn't matter how long, you know, those people who will be investigating will go back, you know, to ensure that if a company is run and it is given money by the government? Why is it that every time, even when it is being rescued, more money has got to be set aside? I don't really think the government should be setting any money aside. I think what should happen is that we should follow those individuals who run those companies. And I'm very happy, Madam Speaker, to see what the DPP is doing. Because today, the DPP is now going after those individuals who stole about 1.9 billion shillings from the Kenya School of, is it 198 million? 198 million from the Law School of Kenya. So really, we should not be pushing the government, even during this time of COVID, to ask them how much money have you set aside. Let us follow those managers who are managing those funds and making sure that whatever assets they have acquired illegally can be sold, so that that money is used to pay those people who have not been paid. So I support the statement, but I wish that some of the requests that Senator Chila Yako has put in can be changed to include following those people who are managing those funds. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Wetangula Moses Masika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support the statement by the distinguished Senator for Migori, and in addition to what he has asked, Madam Speaker, will the committee also bring to this House the outcome of the task force that was set up by the President to look into the woes of the sugar industry, that was co-chaired by the Governor for Kakamega and the Minister for Agriculture? Equally important, Madam Speaker, and my brother Senator Ongeri can bear me out on this, in 2012, Cabinet of former President Kibaki approved and wrote off all outstanding public debts to sugar factories in this country. That cabinet approval was brought to Parliament by way of motion by the then Minister for Finance, Robinson Gidai, and Parliament approved that debt write-off. To date, Madam Speaker, the sugar factories still have those debts that were written off by both Parliament and Cabinet in their books, continuing to accrue interest and weigh down very heavily on the value of their assets. I was amused to hear yesterday, Madam Speaker, the Governor of Kakamega, who chaired the task force, is running all over playing politics with the outcome of that task force and promising MCAs that if they toe his line, he will waive the debts owed by the sugar factories, an authority that he doesn't have. Can the committee look into this, and in addition to what the distinguished Senator for Narok says, probity and accountability and transparent management of public resources is very important, and that must be looked at. The institutions of governance in the country must also look at how public enterprises, in which money from the taxpayer is sunk every other time, are run so that we do not have public enterprises being gravy trains for individuals against whom no action is ever taken. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Inima Gertrude Musurube.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support this statement. And I want to commend Senator Ochilo Ayako for coming up with this statement. And indeed, it is really, really frustrating, Honorable Speaker, to render a service, all your energy, for quite a number of hours, days, and eventually months, weeks and months, and then you do not get anything out of it. It is unfortunate that these workers have not been paid since March. These are workers who have basic needs. They have families, they have school fees, they have health problems, and they've already rendered a service, but they have nothing to show for it. And I want to state, Honorable Speaker, that in as much as Senator Ochilo is asking, seeking to ask how much the government has given, how much is not really important. But even the amount that has been given, can it be authenticated? What exactly has the money done? Has the money reached the recipients that it was intended to reach? Because if the money has not reached the recipients it was intended to reach, it doesn't matter if it is 1 shilling, 2 shillings, 3 shillings, and all that. But if it has not reached the recipients, then the taxpayers' money has been used, wrongfully. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that even some of these people, you'll find that they are in loans. They're supposed to pay loans, and yet they have no salary. They have so many, issues that they need to tackle. So there's need for the committee that is going to deal with this to ensure that the money, if there's any money that has been given by the government to be paid to workers, then let an investigation be done, an in-depth investigation, so that we get to know who exactly got the money and why were the workers not paid, and then what action should be taken. We need to know that action is going to be taken to these people who have been very unfair to someone who has provided a service. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I support this statement.
Thank you, Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also weigh in on a very important subject raised by my colleague, Senator Ochilo Ayako. We all know that there are about 12 cash crops in this country, ranging from tea, flowers, wheat, cotton, maize, bananas, coffee, pyrethrum, and sugarcane. And when these crops don't find a convenient way of farmers being paid, there is tremendous loss in the input of farmers, because these are small-scale holders. They have just taken everything that they have from their shamba or from their garden or from their small little plot to the sugar factory. And because of many inefficiencies in the sugar factories, farmers get stranded and they have nothing to get out of those sugar factories. Secondly, Madam Speaker, one of the other areas that the workers within the sugar factory itself are also not paid their salaries or their statutory deductions and other elements, other allowances that go along with it. And consequently, the factory grinds into a halt, and therefore it causes an economic collapse in that region. There are only certain regions where you can only grow sugarcane, and there are not many other regions within the country of Kenya. And therefore, Madam Speaker, this is important to be able to get down to the bottom of all these things. Like Senator Wetangula said, some of these factories had been supported, economically lifted by the government, at least in the last 2007 to 2013 government, the Grand Coalition. They were given a very big boost. I don't know what has happened again, that they have not been able to stand to the interests of the farmer, and particularly the small-scale farmer. And therefore, I support this statement that we should now look at the way these companies operate, and even the chief executives who may not be equal to the task, they should be taken to task. I support the statement.
Thank you, Senator. Finally, Senator Jeriot Aaron Giptirui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very important issue that has been brought before this House. And it's not the first time, Mr. Speaker, in this session that we are speaking about the plight of sugarcane farmers. As a representative of farmers in this House, Mr. Speaker, I do share in the concerns of the senators that have spoken to this issue, and the fact that government has not been forthright and forthcoming with regards to how the challenges that are facing the sugar industry have been addressed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, public-owned companies generally are mismanaged in this country, but it is on a completely different pedestal, Madam Speaker, when you mismanage resources that were meant to pay people who directly supplied crop to a particular factory. Madam Speaker, in my county, I have on the boundary between us and Kisumu, and I know Senator Rose Nyamunga knows this very well. We have Moroni Sugar Factory, and this factory continues to face the kind of challenges that have been spoken in here by colleague senators, Madam Speaker, that many of the times when government releases funds to pay farmers, farmers hardly ever receive their pay, and even after you have supplied, you must at least know one or two people within the management of the factory or someone in the Ministry of Agriculture for you to get what is rightfully yours, Madam Speaker. You can imagine that you toil as a farmer, ensure that you have a good crop, you cut it, deliver to the factory, but then again to be paid is a big challenge, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I want to propose that the Committee on Agriculture, Madam Speaker, which is seized of about 2 or 3 petitions with regards to sugar. The other day, they had a petition here about Kibos Sugar Factory, where they were continuing, somebody was using government entities. NEMA was being used to fight private business wars, Madam Speaker. And they had shut down that factory. And the truth of the matter is that with the failing practices of public-owned sugarcane factories, our farmers resort to some of these well-run public entities like Kibos Sugar, Madam Speaker. But for reasons that are best known to some of the entrepreneurs that have got good networks in the government of Kenya, Madam Speaker, the factories that consider citizens and treat them with the dignity that they deserve, they are not well taken care of, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I propose that the Committee on Agriculture, Madam Speaker, do not just do small reports quickly, hoping that they can be able to scrape away with the issues that have been proposed, but they should give us a unified report, Madam Speaker, of what is the status of the sugar industry in this country, Madam Speaker. Is it worth it to continue to tell our farmers that plant sugar, we are going to sort out this problem for you? Everybody consumes sugar, at least in one form or the other. Therefore, it is not for lack of opportunities or places to sell their produce, Madam Speaker, that these farmers continue to suffer, but because of a government that has refused to listen to the plight of sugarcane farmers, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I plead, and I know there are members who are members of the Agriculture Committee, Madam Speaker, that when they retire, to consider this petition alongside the 2 others that I have mentioned, that they'll give us a way forward, give us a proposal, so that we can invite those representatives from various government agencies to this House and demand from them that sugarcane farmers are farmers like those of tea and coffee, whom we continue to hear about their plight year in, year out. Sugarcane farmers deserve to be treated with respect to, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The next statement is by Senator Clovis Malala. We defy it because it's already in the committee. The next one is by Senator Ochila Ayago again. Senator Ayago.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise understanding order number 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relation concerning the status of projects funded and implemented regarding Rongo Township, Awendo Township, and Migori Municipality. Madam Speaker, in that statement, the committee should explain clearly how much money came from the Ministry of Devolution and related partners to fund development projects in Rongo Township, in Awendo Township, and in Migori Township. Secondly, Madam Speaker, in that statement, the relevant committee should state which projects were implemented under that funding and the status at which they are, or the state of implementation to date. And Madam Speaker, that committee should also explain how much funding is expected regarding these projects, how much additional funding is expected regarding these projects, so that it is clear and it's also known out to all of us. Lastly, Madam Speaker, that committee should also explain when we will have Kihancha Municipal Council, because we had it before devolution, it disappeared, and when will we have that municipal council, so that there is a sharing of funding projects across the entire county of Migori in an equitable manner, so that all communities benefit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. What's your point of order, Senator Murgome?
I don't know how such a question is treated, Madam Speaker, because I can get from Senator Ochilo Ayako some of the issues relate to national government, but the question of municipality and all that is defined in law, maybe, unless, of course, the committee would investigate and respond to that, particularly when it's a county which has to make that decision. So maybe. Anyway, let me withdraw my point of order. I'll leave it to the committee.
I think you have corrected it, that since it's going to the committee will be able to advise us when it comes. Thank you. Senator Inima Gertrude Musuruve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to air my views on this statement. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the issue that Senator Ochilo has asked is an issue that cuts across in many counties. Sometimes you'll find a project has been started, it is not completed. In a financial year, it's not completed. The next financial year, money also is given out for the same project. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the issue of giving out money, grants, and all that should be pegged on the outcome. The outcome should be tangible. The outcome should corroborate the amount of money that has been set aside for a project. Because if money is set aside and at the end of the day, there's no project that can be seen from the money that has been sent, then there was no need of sending money. And I want to say that there's need for a really in-depth oversight of whatever monies that go out to the counties for a project, so that there is a committee that scrutinizes, to see that money that is, is sent out to the counties is used for the purpose that is intended for the sake of ensuring service delivery for Wananchi, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. I support this statement, and it should go to the right committee that should actually go there physically and see that the amount of money that was sent corroborates with whatever that is tangible in the area. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. For avoidance of doubt, Senators, the first statement requested by Senator Ochilo Ayako stands committed to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. And the second statement, which we have just dealt with, stands committed to the Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations concerning the status of project funding. The next statement is by the Senator of Taita Taveta, Senator Jones Mwaruma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me, Madam Speaker, because I have 3 statements, to go through all of them at once. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 481 to seek a statement from the Ad Hoc Committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya concerning usage of funds by the Taita Taveta County Government to manage the COVID-19 pandemic. In the statement, Madam Speaker, the committee should, 1, table in the Senate an itemized budget of the Taita Taveta County Government for the fight against COVID-19 pandemic in the county, indicating the source of the funds, given that some funds are coming from the county and some are coming from the national government COVID response team. Number two, provide documentation relating to the tendering process, including the actual dates and the list of beneficiaries of such tenders. Three, provide a list of all the suppliers indicating the directors and the addressees of the respective companies contracted, services rendered, and amount paid. And four, state the number of beds isolated in readiness for admission of COVID-19 patients in the county, indicating their location. Second statement, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senator, I would rather we clear that one so that we move to the next statement. And I see in name Gertrude Musuruve, I'll be wanting the chair of the Committee on COVID to say something, because I think this morning, senators, he made a very generous offer. To the extent that you may want your question to be answered right in Taita Taveta. Because if they are open to visit your county, you may wish to, but I'm not trying to direct how he's going to answer that. Senator Inema Gertrude Musuruve.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And I would like to comment on this statement by Senator Mwaruma. And it's indeed a very important statement that really needs to be thought through. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that since COVID-19 started, and since intervention has been done in the counties, it is really painful that you'll find that sometimes items are procured, even items that can be done by local communities, like making masks. You'll find that they're procured even outside of the county. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that if we want to really ensure that communities are engaging with COVID and raising awareness, we need to bring communities also on board, so that when it comes to even procuring these items, let them also procure what they're able to make. I have seen quite a number of people, and sometimes even persons with disabilities, making masks, but they have no one to sell to. But this is an opportunity when we need to see how to buy Kenya. When we buy Kenya, we also support Kenya. But sometimes we import even things that we are able to make as Kenyans. So there's need for counties to really ensure that they're giving an opportunity to youths. They're giving an opportunity to women They're giving opportunities also to persons with disabilities who are able to give these services. And even when they give the services, then they should be paid promptly, Honorable Speaker. In whatever we do, if we want to be successful, we must involve the common man. Because if we involve the common man, then the common man will run the agenda that we want to be run. And eventually we'll be successful as a country. So I want to support this statement by Honorable Mwaruma, and I want to say that the committee should actually investigate, so that what you're able to do as Kenyans, let us buy Kenya, let us promote Kenya. What you're not able to, then that is when we can decide to import, or we can decide to hire. And even when grants are given, let the grants also be distributed equitably, so that women are also involved, persons with disabilities are also involved, and also youths are involved. So that during this COVID period, people are not just idle. There's some people who are so idle out there, they don't know what to do, and yet they have talent. Let us tap, let us nurture the talents of Kenyans. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Lekina Ladama.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this statement. But all this goes back to the first issue that we discussed this afternoon, the issue of accountability. When I read this statement by Senator Mwaruma, in between the lines, there's a lot of things which are hidden. Because when I hear the senator is asking for the COVID-19 chairperson to provide the list of suppliers, indicate the directors and their addresses of the respective companies, he came short of asking for a CR12, so that we know who is using this money. There's money, Kenyans, that we should not really even touch. When people are dying, when we are given loans, we are given grants for money to help our people, others are using it to line their pockets. So, Madam Speaker, this is a very interesting statement. And I wonder whether it should only be limited to looking at the money which has been budgeted by county governments, but by the entire COVID pandemic fund. There's a lot of money. Most of us have been asking questions and saying, where is this money? We're not seeing these billions going in to support poor people. Madam Speaker, today I read somewhere that the CS, whom I respect very well, Mutai Kagwe, has said he'll dismantle the cartels in Afi House. One thing that really pains me is that even the masks which were donated to us by Jack Ma, they were stolen. You know, so Senator Sakaja, you have a lot of work. But I wonder whether by us looking for the CR12 alone will help. I wish that maybe after we have this statement, it doesn't end there. Then maybe Senator Mwaruma can be able to follow through. Maybe whatever the names you get, Chairperson, you send them to ESCC or to the DPP. Because if these things are not going to the counties, where are they going? You know, we are joking around. That's why sometimes some of us used to say there's really no COVID. It's just a scheme of people getting money. So really, if money has been sent to a county government, or if money has been donated by Kenyans or other well-wishers around the world to help people stay healthy, it is evil when someone mismanages that money. So, Madam Speaker, I support this, and I hope that the good chairman, the distinguished senator of the people of Nairobi, will not answer us this afternoon. He needs to go down. We don't want an answer this afternoon. Let him go down there. Let him follow, you know, and I'm sure all of us will be very happy to get the responses from Taita Taveta, because then we can look at our counties as well. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mbogo George Ochila.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue here is one that must be taken seriously. Madam Speaker, a lot of money is being devolved ostensibly to fight COVID. COVID may be an excuse to misuse this money, to misappropriate this money. So I want to support the concerns raised by Senator Mwaruma that there is a need to cause county governments who have been given money to fight COVID to show how they are doing it, with whom they are doing it, and the processes that have been put in place. More importantly, Madam Speaker, the committee to which this matter is being referred to should tell the House, because every county that is represented here is exposed to the same risks, to tell the House, to tell every member of this House that these are the systems that have been put in place to ensure that public funds raised from citizens, raised from national treasury or county treasury, is not susceptible to being looted, to being stolen. So I want the committee to which this matter will be referred to come up with an explanation, with an indication that there are systems in place to ensure that these millions and billions of shillings that go to counties to fight COVID is not exposed to people who are likely to misuse and abuse it, and perhaps fail to achieve the objective and the intention for which this money was released. Otherwise, this is a very good statement that is worthy of support, and I do support and congratulate Senator Mwaruma for raising these concerns.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Bispika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia arifa iliyoombwa na Senator Taita Taveta kuhusiana na fedha zinazotolewa kwa masala ya kupambana na corona. Mheshimiwa Spika, wiki mbili zilizopita tulibahatika pamoja na kamati ya COVID kusafiri kwenda Isiolo ambako ilikuwa ni kuangalia vipi wamejitayarisha kupambana na janga la corona. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo la kusikitisha ni kwamba hata ofisi ya gavana ilikuwa haina fursa au haina nafasi ya kuweza kutupokea sisi kama maseneta ambao tumekwenda hususan kuangalia ile miradi ya county kuhusiana na masuala ya corona. Mheshimiwa Spika, tulipelekwa katika police pavilion ambayo ndugu yetu Seneta Linturi alikuwa akitembelea zamani wakati alipokuwa kijana akijivinjari. Hapo ndio tuliweka kuzungumzia masuala ya muhimu ya corona. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, huo ni mfano wa kaunti moja tu ambayo tulizuru sisi kama kamati. Na inamaanisha kwamba mambo mengi ambayo tunaona katika vyombo vya habari kwamba vifaa vinanunuliwa, wananchi wanapewa barakoa, zote hizi ni vitu za kuonyesha tu, lakini kwa ukweli hakuna jambo lolote linatendeka. Mheshimiwa Spika, tuliweza kuzuru hiyo ICU Mheshimiwa Spika, na tukaonyeshwa vitanda ambavyo vyasemekana vimenunuliwa vipya. Vyasemekana vingine ni automatic, ukibofya kinainuka. Daktari mmoja alibofya karibu mara 6, kitanda hakienuki Mheshimiwa Spika. Na sisi tuwaona pale pale. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, ufujaji wa pesa ni jambo ambalo liko wazi. Jana maafisa wa KMPDU walikuwa walalamika kwamba kaunti 5 hazijalipa mishahara ya madaktari pamoja na wahudumu wa afya wakati huu ambapo tunapambana na corona. Vipi tutaweza kupambana na corona ikiwa wafanyakazi hawalipwi mishahara Mheshimiwa Spika? Mfanyakazi daktari anafanya kazi katika hali ambayo ni ngumu, anajihatarisha maisha yake na maisha ya familia yake, kwa sababu wengi akipewa kwa mfano ni barakoa, anapewa barakoa moja, hiyo ndio aende nayo nyumbani jioni, kesho asubuhi ndio anapewa ya pili Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hili ni swala ambalo ni lazima kamati hii iweze kuingia barabarani tena kuhakikisha kwamba pesa hazifuji. Tukisubiri mpaka baada ya miaka 2 tuje tusome Public Accounts Committee, Mheshimiwa Spika, itakuwa ni hasara wa Kenya wamepata. Asante kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Masitsa, Naomi Shiongo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on the statement. Madam Speaker, this morning we had a lot of input or a lot of feedback on the COVID-19 report, on the questions that were earlier been raised. But notwithstanding, this one also raises some eyebrows when we find out that there's a lot of money that Kenya has gotten from grants and donations. But to start with, it is that already we have started stealing what belongs to our people, and especially in the area of COVID. Already the Chakma issues is already there. They have already started stealing. There is already corruption. And I'm just wondering, as a senator, we do not even have funds to start following up this. But Senator Mwaruma has brought up very good issues about the budget, about documentation of tendering, whereby so much of corruption comes with tendering. The supplies. And I am very proud because the CS pointed out that Afia House is a rotten house. And a few individuals there, they already know they came. And they are eyeing on COVID money. And if not COVID money, they already know how to go about with the formula. Let it sound as a warning that COVID money will not just be money like other money. It is the money for the sick. And anybody who steals money from the sick, then you are a sick. You are never a normal person. And you can never be a normal person to steal money from a sick person. And of course, COVID, we do not know if we are going to be treated or if the treatment will be there. And Madam Speaker, I'm so annoyed when I stand here and I hear that we have a lot of money going to the counties. Counties that are not even prepared to handle this money. Counties that are not even prepared to host even the patients. You see how we are jumping from one system to another. We want to admit that Kenya we have system, but the systems in the health sector have totally failed us. Madam Speaker, tendering in our institutions, they are relative related. They are friends related. And if we do not look at this issue of COVID, with the thousands of money that we are going to pour in, many are salivating. People are already ready to take it. And I'm saying this because you can hear from the committee that was going around what they had, what they have witnessed. And people cannot just be getting rich in Kenya, even with money that will kill their generation. Let them be afraid, if not getting fired. I'm speaking this with a lot of bitterness because if they don't give us what belongs to Kenya, then let them surrender Kenya. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Murkomen, Onesmus Kipchumba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This afternoon, I would like to rise to comment on this statement that has been brought by Senator Mwaruma, which is really a very important statement for all the counties and the country. First of all, Madam Speaker, the pandemic that is COVID-19, has come at a time that it has actually affected all sectors of the economy. It has affected our social lives. It has affected our religious lives. It has affected every sector and every county. But, Madam Speaker, as a matter of fact, there is a pandemic inside this pandemic, and that pandemic is corruption. There is lack of accountability when it comes to expenditure related to COVID-19. When we set up this committee, Madam Speaker, I was a very strong proponent of setting up this committee as a majority leader. And the committee responsibility of COVID-19 was to ensure that we push this country to have a joint strategy. My thinking was that it was not just going to be a committee of the Senate, that we were going to convince, and if you look at my moving notes in the establishment of this committee, is that we were going to also convince National Assembly to set up a similar committee so that we have a joint committee of both houses. If you look at a country like UK, as soon as the pandemic was established, the virus was established in their country, immediately they changed their law, and they have one of the biggest legislation on COVID-19, which is about 120 pages, that captures the various legislation that must be amended, from land-related issues to small businesses, to matters related to agriculture, to matters that are related to health itself or of its own people, so that there is a joint. If you go to UK now, there is one piece of law that guides the country insofar as responding to COVID-19. The problem with Kenya is that you have a disjointed approach in dealing with this issue. Counties, 47 counties are doing it the way they know. The national government is doing it their own way. So you have 48 strategies in a country of only 47 million people having diverse approaches of dealing with the same disease, like we have 48 countries in the country. But amidst that confusion, there is no innocence. It is a calculated form of confusion, Madam Speaker, whose intention is to siphon public resources. I saw the Cabinet Secretary, and I've said over, and I'll say it again, that former Senator Mutahi Kagwe is a person I respect. And I'm glad he made the statement he made yesterday, which is reported in the papers today, that he's going to dismantle cartels in the Ministry of Health. But as a matter of fact, this is a country that we are already living in intimidation. Parliament itself has been intimidated from acting independently. In fact, we should have been the ones who should have been guiding the executive to respond to this pandemic in a particular manner. But because we've become timid, we've become controlled from the executive and from outside there, we are not able to act. How will a cabinet secretary who is an appointee of the executive be able to take this disease and this madness and pandemic of corruption head on, when we all know that the cartels that have seized the Ministry of Health Now everybody knows that they are very powerful, they are highly connected, they operate from the highest corridors of power. Madam Speaker, you know, some jokes sometimes are good for jokes, because in this country, we must tell ourselves the truth. The truth is that if the cabinet secretary was to attempt to deal with the cartels at the Ministry of Health, I can tell the Senate that he will not last in that office for even a day, because the cartels are highly connected. So this country, like the former Chief Justice said, it's been reduced to be a gangster republic. You know, it's become like a criminal enterprise where everybody in bigger office have their own connections to this tender, to the other tender. Madam Speaker, this is a serious matter.
Senator
And I wish,
what's your point of order? Yes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you have, you and I and all of us have listened to the distinguished senator for Elgeyo Marakwet talk about cartels and talk about intimidation of Parliament. Madam Speaker, for the record to be complete in Parliament, would I be in order to ask the distinguished senator for Elgeyo Marakwet to name these cartels so that to name and substantiate who these cartels are, because, Madam Speaker, if that statement is not substantiated, then the people who will read this, the Kenyans who are listening to this contribution, will believe that some cartels are in control of this place, and all of us have acquiesced to that control and are actually being controlled, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Yako. Let me just correct this, that whenever members you are allowed to write on somebody's statement, you should really confine yourself to the statement itself. And this is also to Senator Murgomen, that you should confine yourself to the statement. And if you have any information beyond this, you are free to be a friend of the committee so that you can provide that information, because finally we are going to have the chair of the committee to respond. And he has not said he's limited in the information. So you can, we can really, as members, when we are contributing to a statement that has come from somebody, let's respect that statement as it is, and let's not add too much. Senator Murgomen, please wind up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question of cartels in this republic and in this city and in this country and the world.
Senator Murgomen, I insist that you don't go away from
the
statement, because the honor of the statement is here, and the committee is going to interrogate it, and you are welcome to go to the committee.
Madam Speaker, are you worried that I will say something that will annoy the cartels?
No, I'm very worried.
Because I am not the first person.
Senator Murgomen.
I am not the first person.
Order, Senator Murgomen. I'm trying to help you not to digress, because you are digressing and it's not going to be helpful for the committee. Please,
Madam Speaker, on the COVID-19, cartels is a big issue. Even in Taita Taveta County, you can see the senator is noting, very excited, because the very reason why oversight is necessary is to deal with scrupulous, corrupt individuals that divert public resources.
Senator Murgomen, we are saying this is going to a committee. And we are saying you can actually take a lot of your information to the committee itself.
Madam Speaker,
so let's not override on somebody's statement.
Madam Speaker, I am not overriding. And Madam Speaker, I don't know why you are agitated when I mention cartels in national government.
Order,
because,
Senator Murgomen.
Madam Speaker.
Order, Senator Murgomen. There is no agitation here. We are helping you. What we are telling you is that the committee is going to listen to you. If you have any evidence of that is more than the chair has, you will give to the chair. And the chair is a very able chair. You have already articulated that yourself.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I was challenged on a point of order. And that point challenge is still on record. And the statement that has been requested includes paragraph 2 that says, provide documentation relating to tendering process, including actual dates and so forth. Madam Speaker, I am not even the first person to raise the question of cartels here. The Senator of Narok was the first person. So I would beg the indulgence of those who defend the cartels that I make my point as I conclude that, Madam Speaker, the committee should come up with, Madam Speaker, and I don't know why you distorted my thoughts on this, but most importantly, they must come up with a proper legal framework, an oversight framework that this country can be able to read out this kind of wanton corruption. And COVID-19 should not be used as an excuse to enrich those who are already rich and to expose those who are poor to this disease. And that, Madam Speaker, as they ask questions from the Cabinet Secretary, because the committee, among other people, the people they will interview is definitely the Cabinet Secretary, who has gone public to say his ministry is full of cartels, that, Madam Speaker, when they come back to the floor of this House, they give us a way forward on how to deal with these cartels that operate in the highest red-carpeted corridors of power. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mohammed Malim.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me also add my voice to this statement request by Senator Taveta. Madam Speaker, this country and the world over, because the problem of COVID-19 is with us, and in fact, it is a matter that we should deal with very carefully. But unfortunately, from the first 1 week, I think the Cabinet Secretary did complain that there is, I think the public complained that the money, which was 1 billion that was allocated then, was actually misappropriated, and the ministry acknowledged that fact. Thereafter, I think, monies have been allocated, we are told. Counties' preparedness is actually one thing. National government is actually not sending the money the way it's required. A lot of confusion has created, actually. It's important that as a country, we actually confront this thing in a very uniform manner. Because, but then when it comes, then the supplies are misappropriated, procurement is not done properly, corruption comes in is very serious. So I think the statement request by our colleague from Taita Taveta is very, very pertinent. The committee should look at that, and while doing it, actually by extension, extend to many other counties, whatever they can do a sample so that the report properly is compiled. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cherargei Samson Gibrotich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to support the statement by Senator Maruma. I think even as the country's infection of COVID-19 reaches 4952 as at now, and 10 million infections across the world, it is very important that transparency and accountability in the management of the resources that have been allocated to fight this disease. I agree that counties do not have a synchronized and singular way of fighting corona pandemic. The other day you had even the county of my brother, the leader of minority, has a challenge with ICU beds, just like any other counties, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, sorry. And also I have had the CS in charge of health, Mutai Kagwe, although there are looming cabinet changes, that he wants to dismantle the mafia or the Afia cartels that are in the ministry. Madam Speaker, the issue we are looking at is the issue of accountability, transparency. This fight against COVID is not only about the disease. It is also more of ensuring that we retain the economic stability of the many, many young Kenyans. Because of the lockdown, because of the curfew, they have lost their jobs, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even last Friday, and I know last Friday, part 1, the Nandi County Assembly was also investigating the loss or mismanagement of around 180 million that was meant for the fight against corona. Because there we have not seen sanitizers, we have not seen masks. So it means there is a big problem. It is not only an issue of Taita Taveta, even our counties have the similar problem. So I want to agree that this issue, I wish I can see the chair. I heard Senator Sakaja in the morning saying that the majority leader, Senator Murkomen, last time de-whipped him from the committee, but he did well by putting him the chairman of the COVID, so that you can try and look at all the issues in a singular way, because it is not only about Taita Taveta. I have seen you have visited Isiolo. In your program, I have not seen North Rift, Madam Speaker, where you also come from. in part of the program of the Corona Pandemic Committee of this House. So, Madam Speaker, even as we look to this, I want to urge my brother, Senator Sakaja, who the other day was put in cartoons, Kupiga Mimi Ngeta, that he should also include the North Rift, even Elgeyo Marakwet County of Senator Murkomen, Wasingishu County. We also have the Rivertex, they are doing a good job. The Moi Teaching and Referral, which is one of the key partners in fight against corona pandemic in the western part of this country. Madam Speaker, we must agree that we need to fight corruption within the corona pandemic, because we don't want to have a pandemic inside another pandemic. And I believe that the chairperson and the Corona Pandemic Committee team must give us a way forward to ensure we caution Kenyans, Madam Speaker, and ensure we bring the country together and ensure we minimize the issues of infection of corona across the country. And ensure also, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, that even as we raise the issues of accountability and transparency, we also celebrate many health workers who are on the front line that are working very hard to ensure that this corona pandemic is mitigated, the effects both economically and health-wise are mitigated, so that we can go to the future. So I want to challenge Senator Sakaja-led committee that give us tangible way forward on how counties can harmonize the fight against corona pandemic, but we should not bring corruption pandemic inside the pandemic itself. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. We'll skip Sakaja, so that is last. Senator Mary Yane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me a chance to add my voice on this very important statement from my colleague, Senator Mwaruma from Taita Taveta. Madam Speaker, the issue of transparency and accountability on the funds that have been allocated to the fight against COVID-19 is something that should be done across county governments and also national government. Madam Speaker, quite a lot of monies have been removed from development budgets to the fight against COVID-19. And it will be very, very shameful as a country if we are going to deny money for development to take the money to fight COVID-19, and it is not in our hospitals, it's not in our health systems, it is not in our health infrastructure, it ends up in other people's pockets. Madam Speaker, quite a number of counties have also given a budget allocation to this COVID-19 budget, and it should be money that should be clearly seen having been allocated to items and programs that will help our health ministry to be able to fight COVID-19. Madam Speaker, we have also seen a lot of money being contributed even by donors, even by friends, but very little is being seen in our counties going to the common mwananchi. So I think as the committee sits to look at this issue of procurement in Taita Taveta, it should also look at this issue across all counties. Today in the newspaper, we have seen that even some, the ministry have also procured equipment for testings that are not even up to standard. So even the procurement process and also the quality of items that are going to be bought using this money should be looked at by this committee. I want to thank Senator Mwaruma for having brought this statement.
Thank you, Senator. Finally, before Sakaja, Senator Cheruiyot, Aaron Gitgirui.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very important issue, and I want to congratulate my colleague, Senator for Taita Taveta, Senator Jones Maruma, for bringing to fore what I consider to be the tragedy of our times, that as the whole world continues to battle this pandemic, for many people in this country, it is an opportunity to fatten and line their pockets with resources that would have been used to save poor and ailing citizens of this republic, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, when a few weeks ago, the President read in his communication to the country that there was great difficulty in many of our counties in setting up isolation facilities, it came as a shock to many of us who have been reading of reports that our counties have used millions of shillings in handling this COVID pandemic. Madam Speaker, you will recall that immediately after the country declared its first case of the COVID situation, many governors dished out to their friends and cronies, LPOs and LSOs, to supply the various counties with face masks and sanitizers. Most of those products, first of all, cannot be accounted for, and secondly, Madam Speaker, were bought at very exaggerated prices, Madam Speaker, because they saw this as a looting opportunity. Madam Speaker, it will be important if the Senator Sakaja-led committee can not only look into the issues of Taita Taveta County, and I beg Senator Millicent Obanga, Madam Speaker, because I'd wish that the chair of this committee listens to my request. I know the Nairobi delegation has many issues, but I beg of your indulgence, Senator Sakaja, through Madam Speaker, because there is one thing I want to request, Madam Speaker. I want to request that this committee, Madam Speaker, ensures that each and every senator receives a report from their county on how much they have spent on this COVID mitigation exercise. It will be of great importance if the report for Kisii is presented to distinguished Senator Professor Ongeri. As a long-standing public servant, he'll be able to call out his governor and say, I know that this is a price of this and this item. But without such reports being specific to our counties, Madam Speaker, it will be extremely difficult for us to do proper oversight. Therefore, I request that this committee, Madam Speaker, does write to each and every of our 47 counties, request them to file with this House reports stating, one, the level of preparedness, but two, second and most importantly, how much they have spent up to this particular time in this COVID preparation exercise and handling the whole challenges that have come. Finally, Madam Speaker, I heard people make allegations about cartels at the ministry and the things that are happening. I read in newspaper this morning where the minister says that aside from fighting COVID, his biggest battle has also been fighting the cartels at the ministry. And it will be important to hear how many, because I know this House has got a number of our colleagues who have previously served as health ministers. They will tell us how this fellow called cartel looks like, because almost every minister that I know of since I gained consciousness as a citizen of this country always speaks of the cartels at the Ministry of Health. How powerful are these people, Madam Speaker? It will be important to know so that we can conclude this exercise. And finally, Senator Sakaja, because I know you do follow a lot of the contributions that Kenyans continue to make, there has been a rife debate about where the items that were donated by philanthropist billionaire Jack Ma, whether it is true that they were bought by government agencies, or is it possible to at least have government accountants state that we received X number of materials and this is how they were used up. That will be good for it to put this matter to rest so that we know how daring some of these people can get, Madam Speaker. With those many contributions, I rest my case. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sakaja.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to assure members that I've listened to all these concerns given by Senator Cheriot, despite the brief interruption by my delegation member, Senator Omanga, which was a very welcome distraction because of the current issues in Nairobi. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Taita Taveta Senator for raising this issue. It is indeed an important issue, and it is what we're dealing with as a committee. We want to share a schedule with this House of counties that we intend to visit. Of course, we can't go to all 47 counties. It has been first come, first served. But we are sampling the counties, despite the challenge, Madam Speaker, that occurs towards the end of a financial year and the beginning of a financial year to get resources. But I want to assure senators, this committee has a 6. Madam Speaker, if you could kindly...
Order members, please console in low tones. Leader of minorities, console in low tones. Yes, Senator.
Madam Speaker, we have a schedule of the counties we intend to visit despite the challenge, but I want to assure members that given the fact that the committee has a 6-month mandate, we should be able to cover all of our counties. We will respond to the specific questions on Taita Taveta, but even as we do that, Madam Speaker, for those who've been following, this committee has given 7 progress reports as of today. Madam Speaker, in our 3rd or 4th progress report, this House resolved that every county should give us a monthly expenditure report, as well as the national government. That has already been passed by this House. We've already passed that in the report that this House resolved. So, Madam Speaker, it is just for us to follow up through the office of the clerk to get at least the last 2 months from our county governments. Madam Speaker, once those reports come, we will share with each and every senator so that they know in their county, your county has received this amount of money, and even from its own allocation, this is what has been used on COVID-19, Madam Speaker. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, I think senators will be well informed that our committee is engaging the Office of the Auditor General, Madam Speaker, to do specialized and specific audits, not just on the expenditure, but also on quality. You know, a performance audit on the national government and county governments on the value for money for these interventions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've seen various different standards of ICU facilities, different types of beds in different counties. We want to get a performance audit by the Auditor General, and we've already written to them, so that on top of the expenditure reports from the national government and counties, we also can get those reports on value for money and on preparedness. Madam Speaker, we're also engaging an independent auditor as a committee. We have the mandate and authority to do that according to our standing orders, aside from government, just to look at that performance, Madam Speaker. In addition, and I'm glad that Senator Cheriot has raised this, we are actually going to look, because it's in the public domain, we're going to investigate the matter of the JACMA donations, so that we can say for certain, this is how they were received, this is where they went to, this is how they have been used. The CS for Health is actually attending before our committee next week. Madam Speaker, contrary to what the Leader of Majority said, yes, indeed, we wanted initially, the former Leader of Majority, we wanted to work with the National Assembly. They failed to set up their committee. But Madam Speaker, we have done our work. We've met more than 10 CSs. We have made sure that they know they must account to us. The 2 CSs had refused to come. We issued summons against them, and they attended, and they have been complying. We've met more than 160 organizations and stakeholders. We have done 71 meetings as of today. And it is up to this House, because the Senator has asked the question of a legal framework. The law around how to manage the pandemic response and management bill, is before this House. I'm very disappointed, Madam Speaker, that our whips have not been able, for the last 3 weeks, to help us marshal the numbers to vote on this bill. The bill is there for division. Let us finish, let us vote on it, Madam Speaker, and give it to the National Assembly. We have been talking to them, we've listened to the issues they had earlier, we've done many amendments, we have done our part. We've looked at more than 50 countries across the world. We've compared with best practice. We've looked at all these jurisdictions. So, Madam Speaker, I think it is only right for us as senators, in playing our, being responsible members, to actually just put the question to the bill, let the bill go to the National Assembly, so that we can say at least we've set up a framework for dealing with the pandemic that is uniform from national government to county governments. Today, Madam Speaker, just a bit more than 100 days after the first case, we have 4,952 cases of COVID in this country. This pandemic is actually growing. But I think that our focus has shifted from it. Even if we sit once a week as a House, we're not giving due attention to the reports by this committee or even to the legislation that we've proposed to deal with the pandemic, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow I've had I think it was the Deputy Leader of Majority alluding to us going on a recess. It will be extremely disheartening, Madam Speaker, if we go on recess before we dispense with the Pandemic Response and Management Bill. It will be extremely disheartening. Hundreds of Kenyans gave us their views. Stakeholders, doctors, nurses across the country. The economic side of things, Madam Speaker, law firms, more than 170 submissions. Please, I urge my colleagues, I urge you members, let us dispense with this bill and let us continue oversighting. And I want to just put to notice the people you're mentioning. I don't know their ghosts called cartels that Senator Aaron is referring to, at the national government, at the county government. We will not take lightly any misuse of funds we will name. Madam Speaker, once we get our report, we're going to, and I want governors to know, we're going to actually give a list of shame on those who are misusing funds, those who are not prepared. Madam Speaker, more than 27 counties don't have a single ICU facility in 2020. There are some regions in this country, an entire cluster of 3-4 counties, without a single ICU bed. Yet, last year we passed 316 billion to counties. This year we passed another 316 billion to counties. 7 years of devolution, Madam Speaker, I think it's inexcusable. So we will bring the facts as they are. We will say what is happening at the Ministry of Health, what is happening at KEMSA, what is happening at KEMRI, what is happening in our county governments, Madam Speaker. So thank you, Senator Maruma. I assure you that we will respond, and I think your county will be one of those we prioritize in terms of our visits in our next round of visits, because we've also missed being around the coast. So I think we'll do Taita Taveta, Mombasa, Malindi, Kilifi, during the recess, Madam Speaker. Funds and with the approval of the office. Senator Cherargei has asked about North Rift. We will come there. We will come to Nandi, was in Gishu, Madam Speaker, your county. We'll look at the facilities and Western as well, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senators, it's almost 4 o'clock and we are still on statements. I would urge that we take the shortest time possible with the next statements. Senator Mwaruma, you have 2 statements. They're specific, so I hope I will allow only 2 or 3 contributions around them. So the next statement, Mwaruma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights concerning the administrative boundary between Taita Taveta and Makueni counties. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide information on the accuracy of the administrative boundary between Taita Taveta and Makueni counties. 2, provide the map applicable in determination of the boundary between the 2 counties. And 3, state whether the relevant government agency, that is IEBC, has published and publicized the accurate boundary between the 2 counties to forestall any conflicts in the future. Do I do the second one?
Senator, you can proceed to the next one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to the Standing Order 48.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget concerning the approved budget submitted to the Controller of Budget by Taita Taveta County Government. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide information on approved budgets for the Taita Taveta County Government submitted to the Controller of Budget for the following financial years: 2017-2018, 2018-2019, and financial year 2019-2020. And 2, provide information on approved supplementary budgets for the Taita Taveta County government for the same period. Madam Speaker, this could look like a very straightforward statement, but we have been having a problem establishing whether the budgets that are passed at the county assembly are indeed the ones that are uploaded for use by county governments and the CCs for finance. So it's kind of a research that we are doing to establish whether the budgets that are passed at the county assembly are indeed the ones that are being used by the county governments. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ilima Gertrude Musurube.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to comment on the statement that Senator Mwaruma has brought to the floor of this House concerning boundary disputes. And the issue of boundary disputes is an issue that needs to be resolved amicably. And I'm saying like this because of even the future generations. You'll find, Honorable Speaker, in a situation where the boundary disputes, sometimes it affects, and many times it affects economic activities, social activities, children in neighboring, disputed areas end up marrying each other. And in the event where we have also economic activities that are taking place in such areas. So there's need for an atmosphere that is conducive for human settlement. There's need for an atmosphere that is conducive even for human interaction. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that it should not be only in Mwaruma's case, Senator Mwaruma's case. It should cut across also other boundary disputes. Like you'll find that in some areas you'll find, like in Maseno, you'll find Luos and Luyas, mixing, intermarrying and all that. And if there's any dispute, it should be resolved in a friendly way that will ensure that these communities coexist and continue living harmoniously. Among the Kalenjins also and among the Luyas, you also find that there are disputes, but sometimes they can arise dispute boundaries, but they should be resolved in a manner that will ensure that we are living peacefully as Kenyans. We are one people, we are one country, and we must ensure that we are passing this message also to our future generations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Finally, Senator Mbogo George Ochilayako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the second statement that has been sought by my colleague and friend, Senator Mwaruma, regarding the budgets that are passed by county assemblies and that are supposed to be for the use of executives. Madam Speaker, it is a known fact that most assembly have a serious sweetheart relationship with executives. Madam Speaker, there are budgets that are passed out there through public participation, through involvement of members of the county assembly. But when it comes to implementation of those budgets, something else is concocted and implemented. It would be important and imperative for the committee to which this matter is taken to ensure that they obtain copies of the Hansard, they obtain even indications from the budget committee of Taita Taveta Assembly so that we really know what we are talking about. In my own county, Madam Speaker, a couple of years ago, there was an election of a speaker. And what was recorded in Hansard and what was taken to court, because this matter eventually ended in court, confirmed the fact that there is alteration of even Hansard. And Madam Speaker, you know that both the county governments and the national governments can only expend money as appropriated and approved by budgets of county assembly. This is a fundamental matter. It's a constitutional matter that is likely to take people to very cold and lonely places if it is found that they are acting contrary to the Constitution. So, Madam Speaker, I want to support this statement and ask the committee to which it will be taken to take it seriously, because we are trying to treat it as a test case, so that we try and find out what is happening in other counties, including my own county. Is my own county implementing the budget that was originally passed, or because of the sweetheart relationship that the county assemblies have with the executives, they are implementing something else that could be a love letter, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Senator, thank you. Senators, the first statement on the administrative boundary between Taita Taveta and Makueni counties stands committed to the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, while the second statement concerning the budget approvals of Taita Taveta stands committed to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. Honorable Senators, as we move to the next statement by Senator Alice Milko, I would like to ask Senator Falhata Deko, if she's in the other room, to move forward, because she will be the next one. Senator Milko.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries concerning nixtamalization of maize, which means preparation of maize or other grain in which the grain is soaked and cooked in an alkaline solution, usually lime water, after which it is washed and then hurled to curb aflatoxins. And this, Madam Speaker, can produce well over 600 maize products if this is done. In the statement, the committee should elucidate on the reliability of nixtamalization technology commonly used in Mexico, which entails treatment of maize with an alkaline solution to reduce aflatoxins. 2, explain the potential of nixtamalization in transforming the nutritional profile of maize-based food products. And 3, outline the measures, that will be put in place to ensure that the same technology, if confirmed to be safe, is extended to communities at the grassroots where people are grappling with the effects of aflatoxin due to the challenges in storing their maize, produce, and other grains. 4, state plans, even in the higher learning institutions, to infuse the technology in the university curriculum in a bid to champion nixtamalization technology transfer across the country and the region. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sagaja Johnson Ada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Shall I give my statement or comment on that? Can I go ahead?
Senator Sakaja, I saw you requesting to comment on Senator Dr. Milko's statement.
No, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. If that is so, then I would like to commit the statement by Senator Milko to the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries concerning nixtamalization of maize to curb aflatoxin. Senator Falhata, I don't see her here. Is she still on the way? Yes, Senator Falhata, please welcome your statement. Senator Falhata. Falhada. Deko, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries concerning a second wave of desert locust invasion in the country. In the statement, the committee should state measures put in place to mitigate against the second wave of the desert locust invasion in the country, which, as experts including the United Nations have warned, will be 20 times worse than the first wave. Second, state how much money government has set aside to fight locust invasion, including funds received from international agencies. Third, report on how funds set aside for containment of the first wave of desert locust invasion in the country were utilized, and outline the measures, if any, have been put in place to secure the livelihoods of farmers and pastoralists who have been adversely affected by the first wave of desert locust invasion and whose livelihood may be completely be destroyed by the impending second wave of the desert locust invasion in the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sagaja, are you going to contribute on your statement? On your statement, yes, please be patient a little bit. Senator Murgomen on Esmas, Kipchumba.
Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that the senator who asked the statement is not here, but what is important is for the record and for the committee. If you remember, this question came in the first, what is now called the first wave. And even in that first wave, I don't think the question was exhausted insofar as the expenditure on on this other pandemic that is called invasion of locusts. And the chair of the committee, remember, we put him in we put a lot of pressure on him to be able to come back here with an answer on this issue. It's not exhausted. So I hope that when the committee goes to retire to come with a report, that report should come together with what was already being put in place and focus more on also long-term strategies that government is putting in place, particularly in funding departments that deal with locusts and such other invasions of in our country, for our crops in our country. So this is really very important. And maybe pleasantly to note, Madam Speaker, that since the situation of COVID-19 came to the country, I have not had any discussion about locusts again. So I hope that those locusts evaporated and ran out of the country. I haven't seen people reporting in social media like former Minister Kiunjuri had said. But what is very important is to ensure that we have a long-term strategy that protects us against the locust invasion.
Thank you, Senator Murkomen. Senator Zane Agnes Philomena.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This, I think, is a very important statement, and I want to support. I think it's very important because it actually preempts a situation and gives us a chance to be proactive rather than reactive. I think the part where she's asking for specific figures is also key in terms of utilization of funds and accountability of those funds. But I think we know the agricultural sector has been hard hit, especially, because of the vagaries of weather, the changes, and COVID. And yet, it is a very important sector even for our own survival. So we can imagine a situation where if we're going to have a locusts again striking, this is one of the things I think we need to put together all that we have spoken about, all the bills that have addressed this issue, and actually try to preempt and actually be proactive and stop it before it happens. So I support, and I hope the relevant committee will work expeditiously and give us the sort of data and confidence and that we can be able to handle this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senators. The statement signed by Senator Falhada Teko stands committed to a standing committee on agriculture, livestock, fisheries. The next statement is from Senator Millicent Omanga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the prolonged delay in the issuance of certificates of good conduct at DCI offices and Huduma centers across the country. In the statement, sorry, I can't breathe. In the statement, the committee should, 1, outline any measures the government has put in place to clear the big backlog of Kenyans seeking to get these certificates, given that a good number are not able to get employment, as well as many other services, including renewal of PSV badges without the important documents. 2, state the health protocols the government is putting in place to ensure safe and swift processing of the document in light of the threat posed by COVID-19. And lastly, state the plans being put in place to ensure resumption of normal services to Kenyans requiring issuance of certificates of good conduct at Huduma centers and the DCI offices. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cherargei Samson Kiprotich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I think that's a very critical question, since the issue of corona pandemic and many people have not been able to access government critical services. Madam Speaker, what shocks is that the government had started an account called e-citizen account. We would have expected the government to digitize so that access to certificate of good conduct, passport, identification cards, among other critical documents in application of more essential services in government should have been more fast-tracked. Madam Speaker, if you remember, it is unanswered. The Committee of Labor and Social Welfare, which I'm a member, we tabled a report last year where we had a discussion with the National Police Service and also the Director of Criminal Investigation, the DCI, among other agencies, that the 1,000 that is being paid by many young people to get certificate of good conduct should be budgeted for or should be waived, because, Madam Speaker, most of the young people, when they are looking for a job, they don't have even 100 shillings or 200 shillings to go and for interviews and job hunting or to join Kenya Tamaking Network. So it was very important that we agreed that some of these payments, be it the certificate of good conduct, be it the driving license renewal fees, be it acquiring of all those, Madam Speaker, we had tabled that report late last year. And I want to implore, because most of these people you're asking certificate of good conduct, Madam Speaker, are some drivers. These are young men who have just been in driving school. They don't have even 10,000 shillings to pay for driving courses. They need that driving license. They need that 1,000 shillings for certificate of good conduct. I think as a House and as a Senate, we must provide leadership, noting that this Senate, over 50% to 60% of the membership of this Senate, Madam Speaker, are the interest group of the young people and women, Madam Speaker. So I think as a Senate, we must stand with the young people on this. We must look for a way, and I hope the chairman, I don't know whether Senator Mohamud is still the chair of Finance and Budget, to look into this issue so that we can at least waive these 1,000 shillings, Madam Speaker. Even as we reconstitute a committee, I know any senator is capable of being the chair of Budget and Finance, should look into this issue of waiving that 1,000 shillings. You can imagine one of your young person, maybe from Wazingishu County, Madam Speaker, who doesn't have that 1,000 shillings to go for an interview at Rivertex, Madam Speaker. Let us do something to ensure we come up with pragmatic solutions to this issue once and for all.
Senator
And finally,
Naomi Shionga, are you on a point of order?
Madam Speaker, in the morning session, we had a problem with my fellow senator here. I know a few days ago he had a problem, and I think he has recovered. And he has just mentioned that he doesn't know if Senator Mohamud is still as chair or is not. I don't think if that is really the concern. I know Senator Mohamud is still our chair of finance, and if he's not, then we should not prompt this matter. We just need to leave it so that we continue the way we have been continuing, other than mentioning.
Senator Shionga, let's put it to rest, and Senator Gerard Gay, please finish, but I keep saying let's not override so that we don't divert the attention of the question.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I will not override, but I will just keep riding on it by saying that we need to agree. I have seen, Madam Speaker, the issue of 4th July and 14th July where we are resuming international flights, Madam Speaker. I think the reopening of the economy and critical government services, Madam Speaker, in line to Ministry of Health on guidelines of fight against corona pandemic, I think it is very important we give also timelines to Kenyans. Because I can see we are giving timelines to Kenyans who use flights, who want to fly out of the country. Why are we not giving timeline or timetable for hustler Kenyans who want to go and pick a certificate of good conduct, who want to get an ID, who want to get a driving license? Let also the government be sensitive to these small people in our country so that they can be known. But by 1st July, for example, Madam Speaker, we should be able to open those critical services. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to assure Senator Sionga, my aptitude is up to test. When I say something, I know it and I mean it. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Inima Gertrude Musurube, let's try to be brief, honorable senators, because we still have two statements which are very urgent.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief. I just want to support this statement by Senator Omanga that there's need to ensure that we're making haste so that youths are able to get good conduct certificates. And I remember at one point in the Labour Committee, we got some youths who came to petition an issue on good conduct certificates. And in most organizations, you'll find that interviewers ask for good conduct certificates. So there's need to ensure that we're not a stumbling block for youths in getting jobs wherever they may so desire. So, Honorable Speaker, I hope the committee that will deal with this matter will ensure that it is fast-tracked so that our youths and also people who are seeking for these good conduct certificates get in good time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Second to last, Senator Langat Christopher Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my contribution towards this very important statement from Senator Omanga. And I want to say that at this era of information technology, Madam Speaker, for us just a certificate of good conduct to take months when somebody is in need of it, maybe to acquire a job or to get something, is very ridiculous. So I want to say that this particular document, as Senator Cherargei was saying, most of the people affected are our youths who have no jobs. More often than not, these are the youths that whenever they get some little temporary jobs, they are asked for this certificate of good conduct. And I know some of them, even from my county, who have missed opportunities because of this particular very important document, taking ages for it to be obtained. So I want to say that the committee that will deal with this particular statement should take it so seriously because it affects our youths who are already having no jobs. You know, one time we were saying here that the youths in this country are so frustrated and we are sitting on a time bomb. And most of these particular issues concerning certificate of good conduct, which require some money, these youths do not have money. I want to tell you, Madam Speaker, it's a very serious thing. We should be doing everything in this country to make sure that our youths who are heavily unemployed are at least getting some comfort somewhere. So even the waiver, as Senator Cherargei was saying, is long overdue. In fact, to our youths, the acquisition of this certificate of good conduct should be free. So I want to say, Madam Speaker, that this particular statement is important. I support it, and I want to say it should actually be handled with great care. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Murkomen and Asma Skipchumba.
I think, Madam Speaker, the question we should ask ourselves on top of what Senator Omanga raised, which is really very important, and I want to congratulate her for being alive to the issues concerning youth, because she's a youth herself in her own right, even if she was nominated in a category of women, but she's youth. And the question we want to ask ourselves is, Madam Speaker, most of you don't know that. Why are people laughing, Madam Speaker? Senator Millicent Omanga is a youth, Mr. Speaker. And the question we need to ask ourselves, why is it not possible for the CID officers, not CID, but DCI, Director of Criminal Investigations, to digitize this issuance of certificates of good conduct? Because if you take my fingerprints the first time and you have them in your database, the only thing you need to do is to check whether in the middle of that year or at the end of that year there is any changes insofar as my criminal record. Then you issue the certificates of good conduct, I believe, online, so that then any of us can be able to pay a particular fee if it's required, which we have debated here. I think it was Senator Sakaja who brought a motion here, that we should actually be doing away with all these things of certificate cost to certificate of good conduct, because in any case, DCI office is heavily funded. In fact, National Assembly allocated more money to that office, so that we save so many young people of the hassle of looking for 1,000 shillings, Madam Speaker, when they can't even raise 100 shillings for themselves, for them just to get a driving job as a Uber driver. So I think the committee that's going to look at this issue should explore ways of ensuring that the DCI office digitize issuance of the certificates of good conduct. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Masitsa Naomi Shionga. I'm seeing two more interests.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll go straight to the point, and I support the statement. Madam Speaker, there is a lot of information that has been collected from Kenyans up to date. So if we look at the database that has our information, there is nobody who can still continue asking for, who can still be in process of asking for Kenyans to produce money to get information from Kenyans. It is only from the debt who cannot produce information, and even the debt have the information. So I want to support Senator Omanga, and I want to say that this documentation that every now and then Kenyans are being asked for should be, one, be free to everyone. Two, they should not be anywhere, and information should be asked to an adult like me who is now aging, and I have an ID, I registered, I have everything, I vote, I have a place where I come, I have a Utuma number which I have never seen, and you keep on asking me money to produce a certificate of good conduct. Even if I'm a criminal, I still have records somewhere. Madam Speaker, I support the statement because I know that there are so many on the order paper which business we need to finish, by saying that the government should stop asking for more information from us and give the information that they have to us, and no payment should be done, and no experience should be given. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Finally, Senator Kihika Susan Pagarura.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to support this very important statement that has been brought here by Senator Millicent Omanga, who has been a big champion of the youth of this country, or the youthful of this country. This issue of the backlog on good conduct truly does affect employment for most of our people in the country, because we know most of the jobs, you cannot get the job, or in this case, you cannot renew licenses, PSV badges, etc., without this good conduct certificate. So it's also at a time when we are a country that's doing quite well with technology. So it really we should not be seeing these issues of this sort of backlog when this can easily be done. Once these people had their IDs done, the DCI should have all that information in their database. And then when it's time to renew, it should be also a lot easier since they already have the fingerprints and all that. And I believe the fingerprints don't change from the last time you took one to the next time. So it really should be something that should be quick, and it should probably be online. And that would have helped a great deal, especially these times of COVID-19. However, I also think it's maybe a bit of laziness seeing as we, the Senate, are here sitting during the COVID times. We've seen parliamentary group meetings during COVID times. We've seen a lot going on, in other words, during COVID times. So I believe it would not be quite realistic to tell us that the backlog is due to COVID-19 necessarily. So when the committee takes over, it's important that they are able to have the DCI office commit to process these good conduct certificates quickly or quicker than they're doing. As has been stated by other senators, I do remember Senator Sakaja of Nairobi also raising or bringing a motion that was extremely critical to our youth, and especially these very difficult economic times, and wanting to have a waiver of the fees that they pay to get the good conduct certificates. So that should really also be explored and a solution given so that we are able to do away, at least for the youth even if not for everybody, at least for those under 35. Granted, where I sit, I am in an organization called the IPU, where youth is 45, making all of us, most of us in this house, youthful. So, youths. So anyway, if we could get that fee waived, it would go a long way in helping our people, especially at a time when money is really, really scarce. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support the statement by Senator Millicent Omanga of Nairobi.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sakaja, on this one? Yes. Okay, you'll be the last.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Senator Omanga. As has been said, she's a very big supporter of the youth agenda and very useful in this city. That's why we call her Msupa or Mama Miradi. This statement she has brought is on Nairobi's finest. This statement she's brought is extremely important, Madam Speaker, for two reasons. Number one, the first aspect is the issue of payment. During our sittings in the COVID committee, Madam Speaker, and I'm grateful that yesterday the DCI listened to us, the IG, these Uber drivers came to our committee together with NTSA, and they said those who were on Uber, Taxify, Little Cab, young people trying to eke out a living, because they could not get their good conduct certificates, they're being offloaded from their only source of livelihood, which is the taxi companies. And these taxi companies have been offloading very many of them. In fact, Madam Speaker, as we speak, because the fingerprints could not be taken, more than 5,000 of their jobs were at risk. Some already have lost their jobs. So I'm glad that, Madam Speaker, after that intervention, and I'm sure it will be strengthened even by this statement, after that intervention yesterday, the Inspector General of Police announced that he's instructed the DCI to reopen the issue of issuance of these certificates. Madam Speaker, the second thing, and I'm glad because even the directors at these companies we've been talking to, NTSA, Mr. George Njau, have been very helpful, but of course limited. Madam Speaker, we brought this question to this House, and there's a motion that I brought, there's a motion Senator Mora brought, there's what we did in the Labour Committee, about charging young people for everything they apply for, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, subsequent to our first interaction, at least the governor of Central Bank said that for the first or the initial check on CRB, then young Kenyans will not be charged. At least he was able to comply. DCI said that if Parliament increases the budget or appropriates, then they will also not charge for certificate of good conduct. I think this is a time for this House to really push for the implementation of that promise, because when they came to our committee, they actually said if the appropriation that comes from us is enough just to take care of the little cost of printing etc., then no one should be charged to get a certificate of good conduct. Today, a young person looking for a job has to pay to be told they have no loan. You have to pay DCI to be told you are not a criminal. You have to pay CRB to be told that you have no default. So by the time you have all the documents, you have paid more than 7,000 shillings. It really defeats the purpose and defeats logic. So I think those are things we'll keep pressing on. I want to urge these young people to go and get their certificates. I want to urge the DCI as well, because we had an issue in Kitui when we went as a Senate, in Senate Bunge Mashinani, and we went to the prison, and an issue that came out is many prisoners who even are released are not offloaded, such that they still cannot get certificates of good conduct. Once you have served your term in a correctional facility, then your record does not necessarily need to say that you're a criminal, apart from very few crimes. And the DCI told us something like rape, and of that magnitude must remain on your record. But normal issues, even some which are just disputes, your record must be cleaned. You've gone through a correctional facility, you've been corrected. So thank you, Senator Omanga, for that statement. We support, and let the committee strengthen that issue of waiving of these fees for young people, especially during the corona pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The senators, the statement sought by Senator Omanga now therefore stands committed to the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations. The next statement is from Senator Cherargei Samson Kiprotich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Request for statement on the issue of poor road signage on the road under construction along Kapsabet Eldoret Highway or Eldoret bypass. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation regarding the poor road signage sections of the road under construction along Kapsabet Eldoret Highway. One, in the statement, the committee should, one, explain why the contractor by the name China Wuwi, working on the overpass of Kapseret Shopping Center, has not installed proper signage, including proper lighting on the road to warn motorists as they approach the diversion at the construction site so as to avoid accidents, particularly due to poor feasibility. Second, explain what measures are being undertaken by Kenya National Highway Authority, Kenya, as a supervisor of the construction, especially the North Rift, Kenya, Madam Speaker, where offices are based in Eldoret, on the supervision to ensure risk to motorists at the shopping center, which is Kapseret Shopping Center, is minimized. And third, explain the plans of the ministry has to expand the Kapsabet Eldoret Highway, which is too narrow in line to Iten, from Kapsabet Eldoret to Iten, in line with various requests to Kenya. Madam Speaker, for the House to note, just as I conclude, this is the place I got the road accident around 2 weeks ago. And Madam Speaker, that place is so terrible. The road is narrow. There is no signage at night, just the way it is happening here. When the construction happening at Limuru here, at least there are barriers, there are signage at night, there is lighting. But the China Uwi that constructs that road, that Eldoret bypass, which is in your county, Madam Speaker, there is no light to show. And that is why, as I was driving from Kapsabet to Eldoret, there is no visibility, there is no indication that there is a diversion road in that area, Madam Speaker. And this is squarely on the negligence. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, Kenya, which is North Rift, which falls under your county and my county, has been very negligent. And it looks like the Director General of Kenya, of this republic, is concentrating on one region, Madam Speaker. So I hope the Committee of Roads and Transportation will be able to address this matter once and for all and ensure there are many young people of motorbike, Madam Speaker, from your county, especially your center there, the Kapseret Trading Center, that always get accidents there because there is no signage. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I think Kenya must own up as a supervisor. Mr. Engineer Peter Mudinya should be told he is not serving only specific one region, is serving the entire of this country. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my family and the great people of Nandi and my colleagues across the House for the many wishes and messages of goodwill during that unfortunate incident. And it is because of those messages of goodwill and prayers na kupewa mate that I was able to recover and on the road to recovery and to continue to serve this country and Nandi at large. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. One, I want to thank Senator Cherargei for coming up with this statement. And also I want to thank God even for, just giving him that protection, and he's working very well. At one point, I saw Senator Cherargei also working with crutches when we first came to the Senate. Then now he's also working with crutches. But I'm hoping that God is going to help him so that he's off the crutches that is not permanent on crutches like me. Honorable, I want to say that when it comes to issues of road construction, it is not only Kenya that we need to speak on. We need to speak to all road constructing companies, because many times you find that, and not only in Eldoret, even in other parts of the country, you'll find that there are no visible signposts. Like, for example, in a situation where there are bumps, sometimes you find that the bumps are not visible. There's need for bumps to have, maybe if it's colored white, for the drivers to see. Sometimes even rumble strips, there are no signs at all. And this is risky even for all of us, because we use roads every other day. And since we are road users, we have to ensure that the constructing companies conform to ensure that people are aware of, such bumps, rumble strips, and even diversions. Simply because when you are on the road, you're not sure whether you'll reach your next destination. Most of the time, we reach the next destination by the mercies of the Lord. But in as much as we are relying upon the Lord, there's need for construction companies to ensure that they do their work diligently and they do not use shortcuts in any way. So I hope that the community that is going to deal with this matter will be diligent enough and ensure that there's also oversight to see that all our roads have signages, all our roads have, signs for drivers and users of the roads to see, and not only drivers, even motorcyclists, when they go over rumble strips, and there's speeding, and they're carrying, passengers, they're likely to cause an accident. So for the safety of all of us, there's need for the committee to ensure that it even brings Kenya on board. It brings also other constructing companies on board, and see how they can be made aware about these issues of synergies. And also there's need for the committee to go on the ground and ensure that the road constructing companies are doing a good job in order to save lives in this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Murkomen, Onesmus Kipchumba.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank Senator Cherargei for that very important statement, but also thank God that he got well, and wish him a very full recovery from that horrible accident. And as he has acknowledged, both sides of the House, Madam Speaker, wished and prayed for him. Madam Speaker, the issue of the road, the bypass in Kapseret area,
with your microphone, yeah.
Thank you. Sorry for that. I think the issue of the road in Kapseret area was already brought to this House, particularly the bypass. And I'm glad, and I want to thank the chair of the committee, Senator Wamatangi, for actually even visiting the place. But the issues, as I've heard, are still pending. That time it was issues of compensation, and still those issues of compensation are pending in that area. But more importantly is the highway between Kapsabet to Eldoret to Iten. Madam Speaker, that highway has been muted for a long period of time. As you know, that's a very busy highway. The traffic from Iten to Eldoret and the traffic from Kapsabet to Eldoret is high. And yet, if you are driving to Kapsabet, for example, with all those corners and valleys, the road is too narrow. This is a road that is priority. The bypass in Nakuru and the overpasses have been done to ease the issue of traffic in Nakuru town. Considering Eldoret is a highway that takes people to all the way to Malaba, and you have this other route to Kisumu, I think it's important that the new DG of Kenya, because I'm aware, and it was announced that they have a new DG, Mr. Kinoti, should take this project to be a very important priority for that area, for that region. I think, Madam Speaker, I'm right in what I'm saying, that Madam Speaker, if I'm wrong.
Yeah, exactly. There is a point of order or maybe information? Is that a point of order or point of information? Information, does Senator Murkomen want information? Senator Murkomen, would you like to be informed?
I just wanted to inform Senator Murkomen.
Yes, I'd like to be informed.
The new DG is not a DG for Kenya. He's a new DG for Urban, not Kenya National Highways Authority.
Thank you.
Yes.
Continue.
Thank you for that correction. I knew Mr. Kinoti as DG for Urban for a long period of time. So I think I was mistaken that he was moved to Kenya. But be it as it may, what is very important is for me to say that the DG there, if it's still Mr. Mudinho, is to take that responsibility seriously and make sure that that city is, Eldoret City is actually, because that's an international airport, is in Eldoret. You have the issue of roads that go to Kitale, you are going to Malaba, you are going to Kisumu, you are going to Iten, you are going to Kabarnet, Madam Speaker, you are going through Chepkorio to Madam Speaker, Eldama Ravine, and then to Kabarak to Nakuru. So for that town to be that congested, to be decongested, it is necessary that we have at least a dual road from Kapsabet to Eldoret, and it's not very far. That's just almost 60 kilometers, and makes a big difference. Although I disagree with Senator Cherargei that it should be that region versus another region. I want to thank the DG and the ministry for doing what they did in all other regions in the country. Even the highway from here to Muranga to Nanyuki is something to be appreciated. And we say, even as that is being done, Madam Speaker, we also request that a lot of effort is put in ensuring that the decongest Eldoret town so that all of our country is, Madam Speaker, is properly developed, just the same way. Sorry.
Senator Cherargei, you are pressing the wrong button. You are queuing your own. You are queuing for your own contribution. Yes. Point of order?
But point of order, I had to interrupt my majority leader by saying that I did mean. Also, let me. My lecturer.
Point of order on the point of
my
order.
My lecturer, Mwalimu Murkomen, who taught me international law.
Just take your seat for a sec.
You have the mic. Madam Speaker, is it in order for Senator Cherargei to mislead this House that Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet is still the majority leader of this House, yet we know the majority leader of this House is Senator Pogisho of... Senator Pogisho, Madam Speaker, from 12th of May, let me just remind him, maybe he was not in the House on that day, let him remind him that of the changes that took place in this House, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Okay, Senator Faria, I think it must have been a slip of the tongue, but he did correct that this is his lecturer. And I think respecting a lecturer is a very important thing. Yes, point of order from Senator Wetangula. We'll have to under this side. It's not going off. Yeah, you can press.
Extreme.
Yes, you've got it now.
Madam Speaker, I would want to encourage Senator Farhia, whom I have a lot of regard for, not to be too sensitive. The Senator for Nandi never referred to Murkomen as the majority leader. He said, my majority leader. His majority leader is not necessarily the Senate majority leader, and therefore is not an issue here. His majority leader probably in his village or in his caucus or wherever.
Thank you, Senator. Who am I? I'm seeing Senator Langat, but I'm not seeing the face. Somebody is pressing Senator Langat's intervention. Are you using somebody's card? Yes, Senator of Kericho.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I wanted to confirm from Senator Cherargei whether he meant the majority leader or leader of the majority. Because if he said leader of the majority, then in that regard is right with regards to the
Honorable
majority
Senators.
side.
Thank you, Honorable Senators. I don't want us to move back and forth. I think, Senator Gerarge, you need more information for your question. So I would like to go back to Senator Murgomen to wind up because we have taken a very long time on, you are not submitting anything. Oh yes, you are on a point of order. Yes, please, we need to finish. We have one very important statement which I'm told is very urgent from Senator Sakaja, and we want to take another 5 minutes only,
Madam
then
Speaker,
we can proceed.
I had my good lecturer, and I used my words very carefully because he taught me very well. I didn't mean that the director Kenya of Kenya, Dr. Engineer Peter Mudinia, that he is not serving the country. But we have seen less of him and his officers in the Kenya region of your North Rift area, which I, Senator Murkomen, and yourself are serving within that region. I didn't mean that he has been selective or discriminative in that aspect. And therefore, my majority leader, I wanted to caution you so that you don't pursue that angle. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Your majority leader has heard.
Madam Speaker, you know, on the majority side, Madam Speaker, we are, as you very well know, we are 34 Jubilee senators, where 19 are of my caucus. So you can understand where Senator Cherargei was saying the leader of the majority, not necessarily the standing orders majority leader. Mr. Speaker, and you know there is a paradox in this House. The majority is not necessarily the majority leader. Madam Speaker, I just want to say that that project is extremely important for us. The dwelling of Kapsabet to Iten. And if you go to that region, that is extremely important. I'll request that when the committee retreats to find that issue and are discussing the bypass in Kapseret, Madam Speaker, one of the most critical issues, and the Senator of Nandi agrees with me, my chairman of legal, that, Madam Speaker, that this project is extremely important, that it must be dealt with because it connects these three towns. Iten is not just another town, as you very well know. That is an international city where international athletes come to train. And if that road was to be done, the athletes have always told me that there must be also a Maram road that is done parallel to the highway that enables them to run so that they are not forced to run on tarmac because that damages their legs, and that's the place where we get the best training. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Nyamunga Rose Ogendo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity just to add something very brief on the statement. Madam Speaker, SBI, Kenya, I must appreciate is doing a lot of work. And even in Kisumu County, in my sub-county, which is Nyando, from Ahero to Kisii, there is a major road that is being constructed there. And Mr. Speaker, we have had a lot of issues with the SBI. First of all, when SBI was doing a Kisumu-Kericho road, they did a lot of borrow pits, and then left them unattended. They were not even properly fenced to protect the villagers. And secondly, now they are full. And even the sites that should be there to protect people from the water, the overflowing water, was never done properly. So that has brought a lot of suffering to our people on Ahero Kisii Road. Recently, you know that the bridge came down, and the bridge came down as a result of carelessness. Because when they were doing a deviation for people to pass as they do the main road, it was never done properly. So the whole bridge came down, and that has brought a lot of suffering for our area, which is already in a very poor state, knowing that Nyando is badly affected by the floods of River Nyando. So I want to appreciate the work that Kenya is doing, but they should do much more so that, when they do the roads, so that they don't add suffering to already people who are suffering. They should make sure that all the culverts are done properly. The last time I was there, Madam Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I could not even access my home because the culvert was put, and then there was a lot of flooding, and there was just no access, and it's still like that. So we would like to appeal to Kenya that they should do proper supervision, and as they do the roads, which we need so much, they should make sure that the interest of the people is also taken into account. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Sakaja Johnson. Other? Oh yeah, it is your next statement. Finally, Senator Mogeni Eric Ogongo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to say Paul to my good friend, Senator Cherargei, who was involved in a road accident, and it's good to see that he's on the way to full recovery. Madam Speaker, the issue that Senator Cherargei has raised is very, very important. And Madam Speaker, you know that the roads that are managed by Kenya are roads that ordinarily are home to fast-moving vehicles. And Madam Speaker, if you don't have proper marking of our highways, you are certainly being negligent as a body, and I mean Kenya. And that's what is contributing to so many accidents on our highways. Personally, Madam Speaker, on many occasions, I've called the DG for Kenya, Engineer Mudinya, and alerted him to so many contractors who have built very good roads but left the site before ensuring that there is proper marking, there is no proper signage. In one instance, I called him when there was an accident in Isironga. That is the road between Kisii through Nyamira to Ikonge. And Madam Speaker, you can imagine you construct a road, you put bumps on the road, and then there is no signage at all to warn motorists. And somebody hit that bump, the car went up, down, and it rolled. So we really must urge the committee that is going to be seized of this matter to do a serious audit on, one, whether Kenya as an institution conducts inspections on the sites to ensure that before a contractor is released, there must be proper marking of the roads, there must be proper signage on sites. Where there are bumps, people need to be told. Where there are sharp corners, there need to be signage. I had another issue, Madam Speaker, on another market called Metamaya, where we lost a motorcyclist. And Madam Speaker, you know that our young people are engaging in the business of border. It's not because they didn't go to school. It's because they have gone to school, but we don't have jobs. So these are people we should care about. If the economy was to improve tomorrow, we will absorb them into, the jobs where they can earn a living as salaried Kenyans. So I really want to make an appeal, a very urgent appeal to the committee that will be seized of this matter, to do a serious audit on the state of our roads in the country, and where Kenya is found to be culpable, Madam Speaker, there should be urgent measures put in place to ensure that all our roads are marked. We look primitive when we do fantastic roads, but we cannot do a simple thing, marking them. It's the way somebody said, you give us first-class facilities with third-class mentality. I support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. So the statement by Senator Cherargei now stands committed to the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation. Senators, I know we have taken a very long time, but we have a last very urgent statement from Senator Sakaja. I just want to inform our whips that we have lined up 7 divisions, which we are going to skip. That's why I was stopped on the statements. It's because we have 7 which we cannot do because the whips have not mobilized well. So we are hoping that you can mobilize for tomorrow. We would really like to do our divisions tomorrow. Senator Sakaja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad the majority whip was right next to me, because really we need to get numbers to pass those bills that are at division, Madam Speaker, especially the Pandemic Response and Management Bill. Madam Speaker, I rise request for a statement pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources on the planned repossession of land and demolition of houses in parts of Langata constituency, considering that the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources has embarked on an exercise to fence the Ngong forest and reclaim parts of land, parcels of land, threatening in the process to evict over 20,000 residents and to demolish houses in Sun Valley Estate, Forest View, KMA Estate, Langata View Estate, Langata Palace, Royal Park Estate, and Shalom Estates, Madam Speaker. And this is very urgent because this is currently, there's a lot of anxiety. It's supposed to happen this week. In the statement, the committee should, one, provide a substantive report and official government position from the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Environment and Natural Resources on the above claims of repossession of the land and demolition of houses so as to allay fears and dispel the anxiety and tension among the targeted residents of Langata. Two, to address the alleged pronouncements by the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Natural Resources that he will fence in the estates and release animals, which has created undue anxiety and tension within the area stated. And three, clarify why officials from the Kenya Forest Services have been going around these estates issuing verbal notices of the intention to repossess and fence off the land, which is despite a gazettement notice number 164 that was issued on the 23rd of January 1998 by the same ministry allowing for subdivision and development in the area in question. Madam Speaker, kindly I urge that the committee is seized of this matter immediately and that the CSs are now trying to outdo themselves. This CS is on record threatening these residents and making such pronouncements, Madam Speaker, like, we're going to release animals, and really talking down at Kenyans who've invested and built houses, Madam Speaker. So I kindly urge that this is directed to the relevant committee. There are fears that even this might start tomorrow, Madam Speaker. And this is by the Ministry of Environment under CS Tobiko. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gertrude Musurube Nima.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to support this statement by Senator Sakaja of Nairobi. And indeed, Senator Sakaja has brought in an issue that is very important on the floor of this House, because as we're speaking right now, there are so many families that are mentally, frustrated. They cannot have their meals. They don't know how to behave because of this statement that comes from the Ministry of Environment. And I want to say on the floor of this House, Honorable Speaker, that in these said places, you'll find that people certainly took loans. And after taking loans, they went through due process and they got title deeds. And even after getting title deeds from the same government, in fact, from the Ministry of Lands, and even after getting title deeds, they pay even to the county government, they pay the city rates, they pay the land rates. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, this is irony of the ironies in this world, and no government can decide to pick money from people. No government can decide to pick money from its own people if it knows very well that the land that has been acquired is land that is illegitimate. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, even as I say, even as we speak right now, there are so many families that are stranded over this issue. They do not know how to behave. They already are in loans. And even as we're talking about this, there are quite a number of even members of parliament who are also affected in this particular issue. So there is need for the right committee to deal with this issue and ensure that we do not anguish our citizens more than it is necessary, because many the parents are affected, many children are affected, so many people are affected. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, sometimes even a statement just comes like this of demolishing houses, and sometimes the government rushes too fast to begin demolishing even before doing an investigation. And later on, it is found that the demolition was not really fair. So there's need for a well-thought committee to look into this issue and see how to solve this issue, because we are supposed to, in fact, as a Senate, we are supposed to be the defender of our people. And everyone is looking at the Senate to see how the Senate is going to resolve this issue, how the Senate is going to protect this issue. And even, Honorable Speaker, when you look at Article 43, it speaks very well that there's need to provide security even for the vulnerable. So as you're speaking right now, the residents and people who are living in that area are already the vulnerable of the vulnerables, and they need to be helped, they need to be supported so that we do not do things that hurt everyone. And we have to move forward as a country, we have to move forward as a nation, and human life is more important. Of course, animals are also important, but there is need to also take in the fact that human life is very important, and psychological mindset of people is important even for development. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity. I support this statement.
Yeah, Senators, I think there's still some interest on this statement, but our time is also very spent. Kindly just make very few comments. Senator Murkomen.
Madam Speaker, I watched the Cabinet Secretary with a lot of shock when he issued that statement. And I want to thank Senator Sakaja for coming with this statement and strongly to defend his constituents. And as Senator Sakaja is saying, it's over 20,000 Kenyans who are threatened. We all know, Madam Speaker, that Sun Valley Estate, Forest View, KMA Estate, Langata View Estate, Langata Palace, Royal Park, Shalom Estates, most of these estates are inhabited by retirees who, Madam Speaker, after retirement or for the investment of all their time in public service was actually to buying land and building houses in that area. As an advocate, Madam Speaker, I have been involved in doing many conveyancing that is related to people purchasing either houses or land to develop in these estates. I know even colleagues whom we used to teach together at the university who live actually in Sun Valley Estate, and I can name them, and they are my close friends. And these are people who come from different areas of this country. They took all the resources they had, they went to buy land and developed. But I don't understand how a cabinet secretary can just wake up one morning and say they are going to fence off this property, they are going to remove people, when it was not them who allocated land to themselves. In fact, a title deed is processed through government process. It is the government, it's the guaranteeship of government processes that makes title deed a very important document.
Sorry, Senator. Senator Musareve, what is your point of intervention?
At the point of information, Honorable Speaker.
Do you need information, Senator?
Proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform my fellow senator that he has mentioned of colleagues he knows living in Sun Valley and all that, but I would like to inform him also that I'm a resident of Royal Park and I'm your colleague in the House.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, if we were to give a chance, thank you very much, Senator Msuruve. If we were to give a chance to many colleagues here, they know family members or even them themselves live in these areas. And I'm not talking about us. Maybe, we still have a chance even to go and buy land in Kajiado or somewhere else and live there. I'm talking about citizens of 60, 70 years who have invested everything they got in public service. And remember, some of the public servants who are living there, they used to earn maybe 30,000, 40,000 when they were serving in public service. And they took all of it to go and invest their homes. Then, Madam Speaker, for unexplained reasons, government processes title deeds, and then government comes to announce that those title deeds are useless and that the place will be fenced off, people will be removed. Now, you have some of the senior citizens who are living there, and I have information, some of them are older, some of them have hypertension and so forth. You put them through anxiety that your properties are not, they mean nothing. This is ridiculous. This is actually absolutely sad. Because then, if we are going to go that way, that government just mentions, says, and I'm really sad because the cabinet secretary is a senior lawyer, a person who was qualified to be appointed as DPP, that, Madam Speaker, she can just, He can just speak like, and I know Honorable Tobiko is a top student of land law at the University of Nairobi. And that's how he got to, after Okoth Ogendo, he's one of the brightest students of Okoth Ogendo. And so, Madam Speaker, I really feel very sad that for political reasons, a cabinet secretary can now leave every reputation he has had in the legal profession to go and threaten innocent citizens in Langata. And I really hope that this committee, and Senator Sakaja, I know your diligence in following up these issues, especially in the committee. I want you to ensure that you go with Senator Kidiomi and make sure that this issue is settled once and for all, so that those people who are living there and fending for their families and still paying, some of them are still paying mortgages, can now sleep in their houses without anxiety, and to avoid all these kind of attacks on innocent citizens. And this is the same thing that I feel very sad, that in Kariobangi, the government went to demolish houses in Kariobangi. Then the government came to tell us that the government is planning to put in place a committee to investigate why the government demolished the houses in Kariobangi. This rotation of madness is a circus. I mean, it is a theater of the absurd. And I believe that our committee, if nothing else, I hope this committee performs like the few committees that have performed in the past, to actually follow something to the logical conclusion. If for nothing else, is also because some of our colleagues live in the same area. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senators, I know this is a very interesting statement, but kindly be brief. Senator Christopher Andrew Langat. Are you Senator Langat?
I think at some point I saw Senator Langat seated here. Probably may have come in and changed cards without me realizing. I think that's what he did without my realization.
Okay, go ahead.
Allow me to proceed as Senator Aaron Cheruyot, but he's my neighbor, so no problem, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I watched the minister about 2 or 3, I think, or was it a week ago, in bewilderment, explaining to the country, so confident that what he was doing was for the good of the people of his country. Every time, Madam Speaker, there's a threat on the balance of rights between individual rights and the rights of the state. Individual rights take precedence, Madam Speaker. If the minister has a legitimate case against these people, at least even in his language, even in his approach, the most decent thing that he would have done is first of all to investigate, ensure that he finds out on what basis. Because I am so sure that the people that live in Sun Valley are not bad people, Madam Speaker. These are same people, they've gone to school, they know the process of owning land in this country. They must have gone through all those legal processes before you get a title and build in any particular part of this country. So for a minister to just show up on a particular day and declare that the title you're holding is null and void, Madam Speaker, is really unfortunate. And many of us continue to watch these things unfold in our country. We do not say anything about it, despite the fact that we are in positions of authority. I want to remind you that a day and a time will come when you will no longer have the platform that you have as the one that you have right now as a member of parliament, and somebody will show up, another government that is not favorable to you will show up at your home and declare you landless, Madam Speaker. It is a very dangerous precedent that this current administration is setting. If you have a title deed, for whatever it is worth, until you exhaust all channels of appeal, it should be fought all the way to the Supreme Court for it to determine that for sure that title is either fake or not valid before government can do anything on your land. But this new habit where people and ministers want to appear as if they are powerful, that they are working for the people of Kenya, and they just show up on people's private properties and destroy them. As a house, we must be firm about it. I want to plead with our colleagues who sit in the, I don't know which committee will handle, perhaps a committee on lands, Madam Speaker, that please use this case of Sun Valley as an example. Let there be set the procedure. Let people know, let the citizens of this country know that at least the Senate of the Republic of Kenya cares for their rights. Let reports be published and let that minister come before this house and explain to us what logic does he use in deducing the kind of reasoning that he was trying to pass to the citizens. It's traumatizing to the people that live there. You wake up today, you're comfortable, you think that you've worked hard so hard in your life that you now have a roof over your head. Then a cabinet minister just shows up and says that that title you have is fake. Then who can we believe? If government is declaring its own titles as fake, then perhaps that government itself is fake. Madam Speaker, I hope our colleagues who sit in that committee will do justice to this petition by our colleague Senator Sakaja. Thank you.
Senator Okongo Mugeni.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing you to also make a contribution on this very important statement. Madam Speaker, you know, if you follow the history of this country, Mr. Speaker, issues dealing with land has caused wars in this country. People have fought because of land. And Madam Speaker, when we enacted our Constitution, Chapter 5, Article 60, Sub-Article 1, is very clear on issues dealing with the security of land rights. And Madam Speaker, our Constitution is so elaborate that if you want to take away land that is in private hands, it does not require a CS who rises up and capriciously declares that he is going to take away land that belongs to Kenyans who have been issued title deeds. That's not the way you run a government. Madam Speaker, when you talk about an estate called KMA, that's an estate that has been constructed by doctors. It belongs to members of Kenya Medical Association. These are professionals. These are people who have worked so hard to own properties, to own homes in those estates. So we really must remind our CS, who is a member of the Club of Senior Councils in this country, that even if he has any grievance against those estates, there is a process that he must follow under our laws. And Madam Speaker, I want to state, without any fear of any contradiction, because that is the law, that the only body that can go to court and have your title cancelled is the National Land Commission. So the CS cannot convert himself to be the National Land Commission, Madam Speaker. If he has any grievance, if he has a basis in law that can demonstrate in any court of law that this land where these estates have been built belongs to Kenya Forest, let him follow the laid down procedure. Let him file his claim with the National Land Commission. Parties will be given a right to be heard. Then a determination can be made. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, we are going to make title deeds in this country to be pieces of paper. Because there are people who have mortgaged their homes in those estates. How are banks going to have confidence in our title deeds if we can allow a situation where a CS wakes up one day and declares over 6 estates to be areas that are covered by forests, while we know that there are Kenyans who own title deeds in those estates? That is not the way to run a country where we have rule of law and where we have a constitution that protects sanctity of titles. That's something that all law students are taught in their land law class, that there must be sanctity of a title deed. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, if we allow this kind of situation to prevail, we are going to place ourselves in a situation where we will never be able to allow Kenyans put value in title deeds. And it will come a time where you will even not walk to any bank to pass over your title to the bank as security for loans. That is not the way to conduct business. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that the committee that will be seized of this matter will go to the root of it. Let those who have titles come and show they have titles. Some are innocent purchasers without any notice. They just did a transaction from a willing buyer to from a willing seller to a willing buyer. You can't condemn such Kenyans and say you want to repossess their land. I support this statement, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I don't want to stop members from contributing to this statement because to me it's very critical. So kindly just be very brief and just make a point or two. Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed, Senator from Mombasa.
Asante Bispika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia taarifa iliyoletwa bungeni na Senator Sakaja wa Seneta ya Jimbo la Nairobi. Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali yetu sasa imekuwa ikivunja sheria, kwa sababu kila title deed ambayo ama kila hati miliki ya ardhi ambayo inatolewa kulingana na sheria. Kwa hivyo haiwezi kupokonywa yule mmiliki bila ya kufuata sheria. Wakati waziri anatoa taarifa katika vyombo vya habari kwamba atavunja ama ataweka ukuta ama ua katika nyumba za watu ambao wana hati zao, ina maana kwamba serikali inasababisha kupuuzwa ama kuvunjwa kwa sheria. Na hilo ni swala ambalo hatungeweza kama bunge kuweza kulikubali kuendelea kufanyika, kwa sababu kila mtu anatakana apawe fursa ya kuweza kutetea ile hati ameweza kuipokea vipi na vipi akaruhusiwa kujenga. Na kwa sasa pia kuna shirika kama NEMA ambalo linatakana kuzingatia kabla ya kujenga, unazingatia masharti ambayo unapewa na NEMA. Kwa hivyo NEMA walikuwa wanatakana kujua kwamba hapa ni mahali pa msitu ama hapa ni mahali ambapo maji yanapita, kwa hivyo watu hawaruhusiwi kujenga. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama ilivyotanguliwa kusema ni kwamba wengi waliojenga pale wamejenga kwa sababu walikuwa na matumaini kwamba itakuwa ni makazi yao ya siku za usoni. Lakini iwapo watavunjiwa hivi sasa, ina maana kwamba watu wale watashindwa kumiliki makazi na watakuwa ni watu ambao wamerejea nyuma kimaisha kwa muda mrefu. Mheshimiwa Spika, katiba yetu inatoa haki ya kupewa malazi ama nyumba na serikali, lakini haki hiyo mpaka sasa haijaweza kuzingatiwa na kutekelezwa. Kwa hivyo ikiwa serikali inapokonya watu makao, inapokonya watu ardhi zao, Mheshimiwa Spika, ina maana kwamba sisi tutakuwa tunaishi kama maskwota kwa muda mrefu ambao utakuwa na malengo ya katiba mpya hayataweza kufikiwa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono taarifa hii na ile kamati husika ihakikishe kwamba swala hili linafuatiliwa kwa haraka ili watu wasijue wakapoteza maisha makazi kama vile walivyopoteza Kariobangi na kwingineko. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Wetangula Moses Masika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very important matter. A title deed in any jurisdiction is sacrosanct. And nobody can just wake up and say, this title deed is to be done away with. There was a time, Madam Speaker, a minister of government made a careless statement that title deeds were mere pieces of paper. It brought a lot of problems in this country. If indeed, Madam Speaker, the minister says this land belongs to the Forest Department, his starting point should be, at what time was it alienated, who was in charge of the Forest Department, and how was it alienated when the Forest Department was in charge? That is where they should start and prosecute those who did that. Madam Speaker, KMA Estate is owned, or rather was constructed and developed by doctors. You cannot say that doctors grabbed land from the forest. They must have purchased this land from somebody. And as a lawyer, Madam Speaker, you know, a purchaser for value without notice gets good title. So the minister can't just wake up in the morning and say he's going to revoke titles without due process. If he has any case, and I suspect he hasn't, let him go to the National Land Commission or go to the Lands Court. We have the Environmental and Lands Courts, and prosecute his case. And if the government wants to revert any land to forest, and yet is the same government that issued title deeds and approved settlements, approved drawings for construction, then the government has a duty to compensate adequately and promptly anybody being dispossessed. We don't want to have, Madam Speaker, a rule of the jungle in this country where you just see bulldozers coming and racing down your property without any regard as to whether you have bank loans, whether you have invested your entire savings of your life, your pension, and somebody so uncaring just comes and says, this is government land. Government is people, and people are government, and we should protect our people against any arbitrary use of power by anybody in power. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Iyani. And as Senator Mary makes her comments, we would like to ask Senator Kabaka to make his way to the chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to also add my voice on this very important statement. Madam Speaker, issues of land are very sensitive, and land is a constitutional right. And therefore, for the CS to have pronounced this, I think he should have first looked at the issuance of title deeds. Who issued title deeds for these people? That is where we should start from. And the other institutions that have allowed these people to build on a forest land. Madam Speaker, most of the time, land buyers becomes victims of failure of institutions. That is why we have people who have been allowed to build and settled on a sewerage piece of land for years. Why were they first allowed even to build, or who allowed them first to be given title deeds for a land that was supposed to host a sewerage system? I think, Madam Speaker, this committee that is going to look at this particular statement should look at those institutions that have failed to tell buyers not to build or buy a particular piece of land because it belongs to a certain parastatal or to a certain ministry, or it belongs to a certain individual. Otherwise, many Kenyans will suffer, because if I buy a piece of land even along the road and you are not told it is a road reserve, you are allowed to build, and then after settling for years, investing a lot of money, you are told you are on a road reserve. I think we should go for these people who have failed to do their work instead of going even for the ministry that is demolishing people's houses. I support this statement.
Thank you, Senator. And finally, Senator Wambua. Senator, I'm sorry, it was meant to be Senator Wambua and not Senator Kabaka.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the statement by Senator Zakaja. Madam Speaker, I will say only three things. One, that, Madam Speaker, it is very unfortunate that a government that is keen on increasing the number of people that own houses, as a minister who is serving in it, saying that they are going to demolish houses and acquire land for reasons that can only be explained by the Cabinet Secretary. Madam Speaker, the people that live in Sun Valley and KMA follow due process, and I know this because at Sun Valley, Madam Speaker, I am a member of the African Inland Church, and we have a church in that estate. And I know that people follow due process to acquire land and erect their buildings. The second thing that I want to say about this matter, Madam Speaker, is that matters land are the province of the National Land Commission. The core mandate of the Cabinet Secretary for Environment is to ensure environmental conservation. And Madam Speaker, we are speaking at a time that this country is suffering great loss of forest cover. The thing that the minister should be doing today is to look for those forests that are being destroyed and come up with programs for proper reforestation. And if he doesn't know some, I would direct him to some forests in Kitui. We will show him where we can go and plant trees. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the people that own property in these estates are servicing loans. They have taken loans and other credit facilities on account of the titles that were issued by this government. Madam Speaker, I want to call the minister to order and say that, Madam Speaker, if he has decided to do what is called compulsory acquisition of land or property, there is a procedure to follow, that the people are compensated fully and promptly. In the absence of that, Madam Speaker, the minister must be called to order. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, that was a very important statement. I would like to refer this matter to the Committee for Lands. I don't know if the chair or deputy chair is here. If the committees are not yet put in place, it will be communicated to the committee that it is very critical, and we want full report on this because members have made very... Senator Sakaja. I thought the statement was yours?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I just want to urge, as you give direction, because the chair of land is not here, but the majority whip, Senator Kangata, is here. Madam Speaker, from your very powerful chair, if you give him instruction to ensure that the chairman deals with it within the next few days, Madam Speaker, I'll be ever so grateful, Madam Speaker.
My majority whip. Now, this is a very important statement. The committee is not, the chairs to the committees is still not in place. We would like you to take this matter very seriously, and we need this matter brought back to the House in 7 days. Would that be appropriate? That's okay.
Yeah. Yes.
7 days.
Thank you.
Okay. People are going on recess for one. I think immediately from, no, we are coming back on the 7th, so it should be brought back then. Yes, Senator Wetangula.
Madam Speaker, while I appreciate your direction, I think it will be absolutely imperative that this House directs the clerk to write to the minister and caution him against any precipitate action against these estates, awaiting his possible appearance before the House. Because if we don't do that, Madam Speaker, there's a risk of green dozers moving in and destroying people's property like we have seen done elsewhere. So the minister should be directed that this House takes a very dim view of what he's doing, and he must stop it pending his appearance before a committee of this House.
Honorable members, I think we go that direction and order that there should be no further actions taken on lands, because this will bring a lot of sufferings to the people of Kenya. And we give the committee up to the 7th. I think when we are coming back to the House, the report should also be ready. So directed from this powerful chair. Next order. Now, looking at the numbers, I don't think we can go through the divisions. We have, so we defer order number 8, order number 9, order number 10, order number 11, order number 12, order number 13. We defer, and order number 14. So we go to the to order number 19. No, we'll come back to, we want to rearrange that and come back to order number 15. Yeah, we'll come back to order number 19. So can we go to 19?
Order number 19, motion. Adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on the nomination of Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo for appointment as a non-member of Parliament Commissioner to the Parliamentary Service Commission.
Senator Faki, Senator for Mombasa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Upon consultations with the members of the committee, I wish to defer this motion till at a later date. Yes.
Yeah, Senator, it is allowed that we defer that, but we ask for it to be listed for tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow we have a sitting, so it is deferred to tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, 2:30. Next order.
I'm just wondering, although I belong to this committee, but once, business in the House cannot be treated anyhowly. Once something appears in the order paper, to withdraw it or rearrange it must have a basis or a justification. And this motion relates to a constitutional commission, appointment of a constitutional commission. So it will be highly irregular, knowing how people are behaving elsewhere when it comes to these issues of dealing with constitutional processes. Because what we are involved in is a constitutional process. Other commissions are established in a different way. But this one, Parliament is the one actually who establishes the commissions. So I think unless we are given a valid reason, elsewhere people may think that this is Parliament not meeting its mandate, its constitutional mandate. So Madam Speaker, if there's no proper explanation, and I would probably move the motion if I had been assigned to do so. But in the process, if there's no justification, then the motion fails. I think that's what happens when an order is called and then it is not moved. And if it is not moved, there should be a justification so that we can then interrogate whether there's sufficient reason to do so.
Senator Wetangula.
It's all right. In my many, many years in Parliament, I have not seen or had any situation where an intended move of a motion simply casually stands up and says, I defer the motion, and sits down with no reasons whatsoever. In fact, the power to defer any motion doesn't lie with the member who intends to move it. That's number one. Number two, Madam Speaker, the minority leader has made it very clear, and I agree with him. This is a constitutional body that we are dealing with. The same constitution we have taken oath on to defend, uphold at any one time. This is a commission that employs us, that pays our salaries, that runs Parliament. At any one time, it must be fully constituted to discharge its mandate. So any procrastination on the matter in this House is unacceptable. And when a motion has been brought to the House, and the chair has given it preference over other House businesses, after, I have no doubt, very due consideration, because I'm sure the chair skipped all other orders on the understanding of the importance of this motion and the importance of the subject at hand, as Senator Fosiaya has said. So I want to urge you, Madam Speaker, that if the intended move of the motion, having been given an opportunity and priority over all other businesses, is unable to move the motion collapses. And we move on to something else, other than holding the House at ransom over matters so important such as this. I urge you, Madam Speaker, to reject that request, and if the mover is not ready to move the motion, let the motion collapse, and we know the consequences of that collapse.
Senator Wambua.
Madam Speaker, this is really astonishing. Madam Speaker, the report that the Senator for Mombasa was supposed to move on the floor today is here, Madam Speaker. The report is signed by the requisite number of members. Madam Speaker, we have patiently waited to debate this report. You have assigned time for this report, Madam Speaker, to be debated. And then, just from nowhere, the Senator for Mombasa, when he's called to move, he calls for a postponement of the debate. Madam Speaker, that is ambushing members, that is ambushing the chair. Madam Speaker, I will urge that we don't set a bad precedent. There are members of that committee who are in the House now, who can move and second this report. Madam Speaker, the mood in the House that the members are ready to debate this report and vote on it. I pray that, Madam Speaker, you give direction, because we are saying that we meet tomorrow to transact this business. And yet, tomorrow, Madam Speaker, there is enough business for tomorrow. We need to manage our time, Madam Speaker. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Orengo.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry I'm coming back to the floor, but I just wanted to point out the importance of this particular motion. This is a motion under Part 13 of which are designated as special motions. So it's not an ordinary motion. This is a special motion. And they are defined, one in Standing Order 69(1)A. For purpose of this part, a special motion is 1A that seeks a resolution of the Senate to approve an appointment or appointment in accordance with Part 14, approval of public appointment. So, you know, an office in the Parliamentary Service Commission is a public appointment. And if you look at Part 14, Madam Speaker, which is found on page 51, from Standing Order number 70 to 71, committal to committees, these decisions are time-bound. We cannot sit on it. Yeah, if you look at it, when the clerk receives, 7 days, 14 days, and the matter should be over. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, for this reason, I'd want to continue to urge that we need to get this matter out of the order paper by making a resolution.
Senator Murkomen, just make your comments brief.
Madam Speaker, again, approving a member who is going to preside over the management of the welfare of members of this House. It's a very important motion. But I don't mind when motions are postponed. It's been done before. In fact, Senator Orengo has ever before requested for postponement of motions that were timed. But even when he did, it was with reasons. Now, you know, Senator Faki just stood and said, after consulting some members of this committee, I want this motion to be postponed. There is nothing that guarantees this House that tomorrow he will also not stand and say, having consulted the stars and the moon, we postpone it to the next day. So, there must be credible reason for postponement. And it cannot just be an ambush to the Speaker. If it was a serious reason, he would have approached your chair way before to explain. Then now he would have the floor to make an explanation. Senator Faki Senator Faki, changes are coming. And maybe you are designated to be something, but you are letting yourself down. Yeah? Yeah? Even before those changes arrive, you need to seize the moment and demonstrate that you can move the motion. Because, as you know, your colleagues are here, Senator Kiika, Senator of Muranga, the Whip Kangata, you have Senator Orengo, and they are eager to debate, and they are members of your committee, Senator Wetangula. So I don't know whom of them would you consult if it was not Senator Orengo. Thank you.
Senator Sakaja, please make your comments brief, and then we will give Senator Faki the final one to say what.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll make them not just brief, but also heavy. I think just following what the leader of minority has said, you see, this is a time-bound motion, a special motion, understanding order 69B must be disposed of by the Senate within 14 days of notice of motion being given. Madam Speaker, as of now, if you look at our standing orders, we've not gone to standing order 15, meaning there's no guarantee that we're sitting tomorrow. And because of that, Madam Speaker, assuming that we will sit tomorrow is actually anticipating debate on a motion that has not come there. So it will be very responsible for us, Madam Speaker, as a House, to assume that we will, casually meet this constitutional deadline that is in our standing orders by assuming that this House will approve that we meet again tomorrow before we go for recess for a month, which is longer than the 14 days required. So because of that reason, Madam Speaker, actually you have the capacity and the mandate and the provision to rule that because of those timelines, this is the last day that we have until we have gone to that other motion that is proposing another sitting tomorrow and a recess for 1 month. As of now, there's no sitting tomorrow. There is no, and there's a recess. So you are bound to actually get this done today, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Faki.
Speaker, first of all, you had made a ruling that the matter is deferred until tomorrow. And I don't know whether that ruling has been rescinded, because in your first ruling you said that yes, it is deferred until tomorrow. But on the reasons why we are seeking a deferral is the fact that there was no seconder for the motion. Because I had consulted Senator Cherargei, who is the chair of the committee, but he indicated to me that he has already been de-whipped from that committee. I consulted Senator Orengo, the minority leader, my leader. He indicated to me that he is opposed to the findings of the report, and therefore he cannot second. I consulted Senator Kihika. She is also opposed to the findings of the report, and therefore she cannot second. The last person I consulted is the majority whip, who indicated to me that he is not prepared to second the motion this afternoon. And that's the reason why we are seeking a deferral until tomorrow. But I am ready with my notes. I can move the motion and let the House debate it. I have no problem. I have no property in this motion.
Senator Murkomen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is exactly why I was pushing for reasons. And from the reasons from Senator Faki, Madam Speaker, it is now clear that more than 5 members of that committee are not comfortable with this motion. It's a clear indication that, properly speaking, it has flopped in the committee. How it found itself even here is a miracle. And so, Madam Speaker, one way of failing a motion, or one way that a motion collapses, is by failing to have a seconder. So, you just move. If you don't have a seconder, then we will make that decision. And then from there, a decision will have been made. Please, I beg Senator of Mombasa, Madam Speaker, through you, that he seizes this moment. To demonstrate his skills.
Now, I think we've had a lot of different comments from members. And since the Senator is here and he's saying he's ready to move, Senator, can you go ahead and move the motion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that, taking into consideration the recommendation of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in its report on the proposed appointment of Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo as a member of the Public Service Commission laid on the table of the House of the Senate on Tuesday, 16th June, pursuant to Standing Order number 71, and cognizant of the provisions of Article 127, Sub-Article 2D of the Constitution, and Section 9 of the Parliamentary Service Act 2019. Madam Speaker, I'm entitled to be heard in silence.
Honorable members, can you consult in law?
I'm entitled to be heard in silence.
Yes, I concur with. Kindly consult in law tones.
Yes. Section 9 of the Parliamentary Service Act 2019 and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, the Senate rejects the proposed appointment of Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo as a non-member of Parliament Commissioner to the Parliamentary Service Commission. Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Service Commission is established...
Sorry, Senator Faki, what is your point of order?
Sorry to interrupt my good friend Senator Faki, but I just want to confirm if it is in order, and also if it is true that Justice and Legal Affairs Committee of this House is referring to sections of the Parliamentary Service Commission Act of 2019, an act which they themselves have led this House in taking us to court and pleading before the High Court of this country that in the establishment of that particular act, the proper procedures of passing an act of parliament were not followed, because that bill concerns both houses of parliament, yet it was only considered in one house. So this committee leaves me confused. On one side, they are with us in court, arguing that that bill ought to have been brought before this house. And secondly, in considering this matter, they are now quoting it. So what is the official position of the committee on that particular act, Madam Speaker?
Senator, continue.
Madam Speaker, if I may, Commissioner, the fact that it is still a law in our statute books, we are bound to follow it. Until it is either annulled or, yes. Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Service Commission is established under Article 127 of the Constitution and is responsible for, among other functions, providing services and facilities to ensure the efficient and effective functioning of Parliament. Article 127(2) of the Constitution provides that the Commission shall consist of, among others, one man and one woman appointed by Parliament from among persons who are experienced in public affairs but are not members of Parliament. At the sitting of the Senate held on Tuesday, 2nd June, the Senate Majority Leader tabled the report of the Parliamentary Service Commission on the nomination of Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo for appointment to the position of member of the Parliamentary Service Commission under Article 127, Sub-Article 2D of the Constitution. Thereafter, the Honorable Speaker of the Senate committed the matter to the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights to vet and consider the suitability of the nominee for appointment and to submit its report to the Senate within 14 days. Madam Speaker, the committee carried out the vetting exercise pursuant to provisions of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Act number 33 of 2011, the Parliamentary Service Act, Act number 22 of 2019, and the Standing Order 71 of the Senate Standing Orders. This included notifying the public of the nomination of Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo for appointment to the position of member of the Parliamentary Service Commission and inviting written memoranda on the nominee's suitability for appointment to the position. The committee further received clearances in respect of the nominee from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, Directorate of Criminal Investigation, DCI, Higher Education Loans Board, HELB, and a duly licensed Credit Reference Bureau, CRB. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 6 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, number 33 of 2011, the committee held the approval hearing in public on Monday, 15th of June, 2020. The committee thereafter adopted and tabled its report on Tuesday, 16th of June, 2020. In vetting the nominee, the committee considered, among others, 1, the nominee's academic credentials, professional training, and experience. B, the nominee's personal integrity, tax compliance, and potential conflicts of interest. C, the procedure used by the Parliamentary Service Commission to arrive at the nominee. D, the constitutional and statutory requirements relating to the office in question. And E, the suitability of the nominee for appointment proposed, having regard to whether the nominee's abilities, experience, and qualities meet the needs of the Commission. Madam Speaker, having considered these requirements, the committee found the nominee not suitable for appointment to the position and therefore recommends that this House rejects the appointment of Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo to the position of member of the Parliamentary Service Commission under Article 127(2)(d) of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, before I proceed to outline the reasons why the committee recommends that this House rejects the nomination of Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo, allow me to state that the committee did not find any issue with the nominee's academic credentials, professional training, tax compliance, and potential conflicts of interest. The committee further did not find any fault with the procedure used by the Parliamentary Service Commission to arrive at the nominee. The detailed findings of the committee in this regard are found at page 19 of the committee's report. Instead, the basis on which the committee arrived at its recommendation for the Senate to reject the nominee was derived from the constitutional and statutory requirements relating to the office in question. In particular, the committee found that the nomination did not meet the requirements of Articles 127(2)(d) and 254 of the Constitution and Section 9, subsection 1 of the Parliamentary Service Act, Act number 22 of 2019. Madam Speaker, I shall proceed to discuss these grounds. A, qualification for appointment as a member, as an non-member of Parliament Commissioner to the Parliamentary Service Commission under Article 127, sub-Article 2D of the Constitution. The Constitution at Article 127 establishes the Parliamentary Service Commission and provides for its membership and functions. Paragraph 2A thereon provides for the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly to chair the Commission with an additional 7 members appointed under Paragraph C, 1 and 3 from among the membership of Parliament. Article 127D then provides for appointment by Parliament of 1 man and 1 woman from the persons who are experienced in public affairs but are not members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, while this provision does not expressly bar former members of Parliament from appointment as members of the Parliamentary Service Commission under Article 127(2)(d), it was the considered view of the committee that the 2 positions reserved for non-members of Parliament were intended to bring into the Commission an outsider view, not clouded or influenced by having served as a member of the Parliament. The question the committee was confronted with was, what did the Constitution envision by a non-member of Parliament? To answer this question, the committee looked at other provisions in law where positions are reserved, either in the Constitution or statute, for non-members, non-insider members, or representatives of the public to serve in constitutional commissions and independent offices. Article 171 of the Constitution establishes the Judicial Service Commission, which is the closest equivalent to the Parliamentary Service Commission, in terms of provisions of facilities and services to one of the three arms of government. Under paragraph 2H, thereon, the Constitution provides for the appointment to the commission of one man and one woman to represent the public, and expressly excludes lawyers from appointment to the commission under that provision. The import of this is that all serving and retired judicial officers, including judges, magistrates, advocates, are barred from appointment to the Judicial Service Commission to represent the members of the public. One example from statute is the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA, which is established under the Independent Policing Oversight Act, Act number 35 of 2011, Section 10, subsection 2E thereof, excludes from appointing to the board of IPOA any person who is serving police officer or retired from being such an officer within the 5 years immediately preceding the commencement of this act. The import of this, Madam Speaker, is that one must either be an outsider to the police service or have retired from the service before the year 2006, which is 5 years before commencement of the act, to qualify for appointment to the board of IPOA. Madam Speaker, coming back to the position in issue, which is the appointment of an member of Parliament commissioner to the Parliamentary Service Commission, the committee noted that the emerging practice to nominate and appoint former members of Parliament to serve as non-members of Parliament commissioners to the Parliamentary Service Commission. In the current commission, for example, the non-member MP of the commission served as a member of Parliament, as a member of the National Assembly up to August 2017, following which he was nominated and appointed to the Parliamentary Service Commission in the year 2018. The current nominee, Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo, served as a member of the National Assembly until August 2017. The import of approving the nominee in this case will mean that the Parliamentary Service Commission comprises of 8 serving members of Parliament and 2 immediate former members of Parliament. This, in the considered view of the committee, runs counter to the spirit of the Constitution and defeats the purpose of which the 2 positions were established. On this basis, the committee therefore found that the nominee was not suitable for appointment to the commission under Article 127(2)(d) of the Constitution at this time. Composition and appointment of members to commissions and independent offices. Madam Speaker, the second ground on which the committee recommends that the Senate rejects the nomination of Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo to the Parliamentary Service Commission is the question of regional and ethnic diversity in the commission and the representation to the greatest extent possible of the people of Kenya. The Parliamentary Service Commission is one of the commissions and independent offices listed under Article 248(2) of the Constitution, and in respect of which the provisions of Chapter 15 of the Constitution applied. Article 250, Article 4 therein provides as follows: appointments to commission and independent offices shall take into account the national values referred to in Article 10 and the principle that the composition of commissions and offices taken as a whole shall reflect the regional and ethnic diversity of the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, one of the aspects of the committee was required to investigate Madam Speaker, I cannot go on if the members
Honorable Senators, kindly take your seats and be attentive. This is a very critical motion that we are discussing.
Madam Speaker, one of the aspects of the committee...
Honorable Sakaja, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have just heard the mover, my good friend and member of my COVID committee, Senator Munyihaji, saying that one of the aspects for which the committee felt that this nominee is not suitable is where she comes from, by saying that there's need for diversity. Madam Speaker, this nominee...
Honorable Senator, don't you think that we should leave that one to the discussion?
No, Madam Speaker, it's a point of order. The standing order say one as senator must be responsible for a statement of fact. So is it the position of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee? Because Honorable Ameso comes from Western, but she's replacing somebody who was from Western. Is it the position of JLAC that the PSC was not properly constituted before this appointment, Madam Speaker? Because it is good for us to know that that is the opinion of JLAC. That even previously with Mumelo their commissioner, it is the opinion of our Justice and Legal Affairs Committee that PSC was not properly constituted, Madam Speaker.
Senator, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the aspects the committee was required to investigate during the vetting exercise under Section 7, I think, Madam Speaker, if you may allow, this is the report of the committee. If you are insinuating that that is the position, then you can move appropriately once the report is tabled before the House. Madam Speaker, one of the aspects the committee was required to investigate during the vetting exercise under Section 7B of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act was whether the proposed appointment complied with the constitutional and statutory requirements relating to the office in question. In this case, the committee observed that A, the immediate former female non-member of the Parliamentary Service Commission.
What is your point of order? We need to make progress, yes.
Okay, I have a point of order, Madam Speaker. The move of the motion did not indicate to us initially or to you that he's going to read that report word by word. Being that he's moving that, he should summarize the moving and call somebody to second. Otherwise, he's reading the report word by word. He didn't get your permission.
Senator, it is within the rules that you don't read a report word for word, and it is important that if the best that you can do is to summarize.
Yes, I'm going to summarize.
We are going to add you just 3 more minutes.
Yes.
To conclude your moving.
Madam Speaker, this is the juiciest part of the report. Number one, if I may summarize.
We know what we were doing.
If I may summarize, Madam Speaker. Number one, it was found that the immediate former female non-member MP came from Bungoma County in Western Kenya. Number two, that one of the sitting members of the commission is also coming from Western and comes from Vihiga in Western Kenya. Honorable Rachel Ameso Amolo comes from Kakamega County in Western Kenya. That there are several other regions and ethnic groups in Kenya who do not have a representation in the Parliamentary Service Commission. And this include Upper Isiolo, Lower Eastern, Luo Nyanza, etc. The committee therefore was of the opinion that in order to comply with Article 254 of the Constitution, the vacancy of the commission shall be filled by someone not from that region, but an ethnic group. Finally, Madam Speaker, the qualifications for appointment as a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission under Article 127(2)(d) of the Constitution are found at Article and Section 9(1) of the Parliamentary Service Act, Act number 22 of 2019, and thereon requires such a person to possess at least 10 years' experience in public affairs. In this case, it was found that
Honorable Senators, kindly be patient
Rachel
with the mover.
Ameso Amolo had only 5 years' experience, having served as a member of parliament. In the circumstances, Madam Speaker, the implication of this is that the Parliamentary Service Commission will be required to submit a fresh nominee to the Senate and National Assembly within 7 days from amongst the persons who are shortlisted and interviewed by the Commission. I beg to move, Madam Speaker. I invite the Majority Whip, Senator Irungu Kangata, to second the motion.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I don't support, I don't second this bill.
Honorable Senators, I think that's the end of that motion. It is dead, and that is the end of it. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, alteration of the Senate calendar, regular sessions for the 4th session.
Senator Kangata. Senator Kangata, kindly move your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the motion for alteration of the Senate calendar, regular session for the 4th session. That notwithstanding the Senate resolution made on 27th February 2020, approval of Senate calendar, 17th of March 2020, 14th April 2020, 2nd June 2020, and 16th of June 2020, alteration of the Senate calendar, the Senate, pursuant to Standing Order 29, Sabbatical 4, and 31, Sabbatical 3, and B, now resolves to hold a sitting on Wednesday, 24th of June 2020, in the afternoon from 2:30, and thereafter proceed on recess and resume sittings on Tuesday, 7th of July 2020. Madam Speaker, the reason why we are moving this motion is because, number one, we have major business that is still yet to be processed by this Honorable House. One includes the reshuffling the committees. Secondly, we still have the issue of the 3rd generation revenue sharing formula. And we have made every effort, Madam Speaker, to bring those two major businesses before this House. But due to factors beyond us, we have been unable to do so. And therefore, we would like that we get this extra sitting, and we shall endeavor to ensure those two major businesses are concluded before we go on recess. Madam Speaker, remember we have what is called CARA. It is yet to be passed. Our counties are yet to receive monies, and it is the plan of the government that whatever counties will receive this financial year should be subjected to the 3rd generation formula. And therefore, the deadline for doing so, Madam Speaker, is 31st of June 2020. And taking all that into account, we thought of seeking the permission of this House that we extend. We have a fresh sitting tomorrow, and we resolve those two major issues. I beg to move, and I ask the minority leader to second my motion. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I beg to second. Just as we went to the previous order, Madam Speaker, you had indicated the many orders that were put aside in order to enable us deal with that particular order and motion relating to the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Legal Affairs for appointment of a commissioner to the Parliamentary Service Commission. Because of that, nearly, I think 5 to 6 orders were skipped for good reason. And from order number 18 onwards, again, there are several other business that we did not deal with. So actually, there's a lot of pending work that has not been accomplished. And it would be unwise to go on recess if a lot of this work, which is pending since the beginning of this session, has not been dealt with conclusively. And we're coming to the end of this month, which will mean that half the year will be gone. And if there's business that is carried on to the second half of the year, a lot of Senate business will be left pending into the next session, which means next year. So, Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I think the Majority Whip has given sufficient justification for altering the calendar, and I beg to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that notwithstanding the Senate resolutions made on 27 February 2020, approval of Senate calendar, 17th March 2020, 14th April 2020, 2nd June 2020, and 16th June 2020. Alteration of the Senate calendar, alteration of the Senate calendar. Pursuant to Standing Order 29.4 and 31.3b, now resolves to hold a sitting on Wednesday, 24th June 2020 in the afternoon from 2:30 p.m. and thereafter proceed on recess and resume sittings on Tuesday, 7th July 2020. Senator Sheriot. Honorable Senators, I now put the question that notwithstanding the Senate resolution made on 27th February 2020, approval of Senate calendar, 17th March 2020, 14th April 2020, 2nd June 2020, and 16th June 2020. Alteration of the Senate calendar. The Senate, pursuant to Standing Order 29.4 and 31.3b, now resolves to hold a sitting on Wednesday, 24th June 2020 in the afternoon from 2:30 p.m. and thereafter proceed on recess and resume sittings on Tuesday, 7th July 2020. May as many as are of the opinion say aye. Aye. And those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 16, the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2019, second reading.
Majority Leader. Yeah, so it is a resumption of debate. They are not indicating who was on the floor. It's open to debate. Anybody with interest, please. Senator Zani Agnes Philomena.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to support this bill that has already been moved and seconded, Madam Speaker. It's a very, very short bill, and it's actually seeking to amend the National Drought Management Authority Act of 2016. The whole area of drought and floods and all these catastrophes falls under a very important part of legislation, because we need to be able, as we've had many times as we speak in this chamber, say that it's important to mitigate, to ensure that where we have drought, for example, that it is well managed. Where we have floods, it is well managed. And Madam Speaker, this is impossible without funds. The National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill really seeks to then amend certain specific aspects of this particular act to bring it in sync with expenditures that are very critical. The enactment of this bill seeks to occasion expenditure of public funds to be provided for through the annual estimates. These funds should go to the authority. In the initial act that is being amended, no clear provision had been made for the money and how it will be used. So the amendment actually just seeks to ensure that money that is put into the fund can be well utilized. The National Drought Emergency Fund regulations under the Public Finance Management Act 2012 also cover aspects of the bill that therefore allow this money to be appropriately used, Madam Speaker. It has only 4 clauses, really, and therefore it's very, very short. And the main specific aspect for this particular bill and its importance in terms of amendment is at clause 18, where it clearly indicates that the funds of the authority shall be, as such, monies that may be appropriated by the Parliament, giving power to Parliament so that that authority can actually have funds and that authority can be effective. And therefore also any monies as may accrue or to or vest in the authority in the course of exercise of its power within that particular act. So apart from money that has come from the estimates and for the appropriation of Parliament, other funds, other fees payable to authority, and also other grants and donations. Madam Speaker, this bill is from the National Assembly. It is therefore indeed a money bill. And it's always very important in a money bill to make such provisions, because this is where many organizations, many councils, many groups are not able to satisfactorily do what they're meant to do if they do not have funds. And this is the fate. Unfortunately, I know in the Senate, many of the bills we've come up with, because we cannot come up with money bills have to originate from the National Assembly. We've had situations where we have had very good ideas about the effectiveness of specific areas that legislation points out to, but it's become very, very difficult for us to legislate directly on that. But for this particular legislation, because it is legislation from National Assembly, that amendment is in order, Madam Speaker. Then it actually allows for the definition of a fund and the definition of that fund being put in place and for that money to be able to be used. Madam Speaker, even as this amendment is made, the board in the initial act is already in place and that provision still holds. It's very important that the funds that actually go to the specific organization, the funds that go to the authority, are appropriately used for what they're meant to be appropriately used for, Madam Speaker. Because I know time and time again in many of the cases, we have scenarios where we have authority, but when it comes to the accountability of the monies, then that becomes a bit complicated. So we are hoping that through this amendment, Madam Speaker, that the National Drought Management Authority will get the teeth so that they can bite. They will get the teeth so that they can address, be able to be proactive, be able to have a way to tell in advance or to forecast in advance about what drought might come into the country, plan for it adequately. And when we talk about actually the weather and weather vulgarities, especially drought, it really points to really the social and economic chaos that can come as a result of that not being managed effectively. Because you will find in a situation that because of drought that has come, that hasn't been planned for, then suddenly you find yourself in a situation where things are going wrong. Where if it's in the field of agriculture, your plants are dying, where you find that the agricultural harvest that you expected cannot take place. So, Madam Speaker, this is a very, very short bill, as I said. It really just aims to amend the Principal Act specifically by, I think, clearly indicating where exactly the funds are coming from. And I think that will be helpful for the authority in the long run to run its affairs. I support, Madam Speaker.
May I call on the mover to reply?
Yeah.
Senator, I think Senator Faria has something brief to say before you reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, from onset, I support these amendments because if there is creation of funds for this authority, they will be able to respond to droughts and disaster faster than they normally do because they have to rely on other entities in terms of their funding. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this is also the same authority that created Hunger Safety Net program and which was run under them. And Hunger Safety Net is a very clear program with well targeted with good systems that is always done through banks. Madam Speaker, if they had this fund, even the hunger safety net, some of the data is outdated, Madam Speaker. If they had their own funds, Madam Speaker, they would have been able to to even, review that list to bring it to sync so that it is very fast in terms of, Madam Speaker, these authorities even also gives fundings even to NGOs through them, but of course it goes to the account of the NGO even if when it comes from the donor. If they have their own funds, in terms of their oversight is enhanced and increased, and that gives them a leverage, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the sake of time, I had a lot other things to say, but let me just support for now.
Senator, Mary Senator, just 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me a chance to add my voice on this very important bill. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I want to support this bill, the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, which intends to amend the Principal Act to create a fund for this particular mandate. Madam Speaker, most of the times we are faced by this drought as a country, and we need a fund to put in place measures to be able to mitigate the drought and save the country at this particular time. Madam Speaker, I really support that we put a framework on how to implement this fund, and also we put measures on how to get the fund as a parliament and also as a country. I support.
Thank you, Senators, who have contributed. Now I call upon the mover to reply.
Madam Speaker, first allow me to apologize to the honorable senators who have been whipped to briefly respond to this bill. Reason being that we want to conclude this bill before the end of business today. And the reason is, one, is a National Assembly bill, which needs to be processed as soon as possible, and also secondly, and most importantly, currently we have a problem which somehow can also draw funds from this authority, and without this amendment going through, there may be a problem in that process of drawing funds from the authority. Madam Speaker, basically, the government has had the contributions, very good contribution from various senators today and also previously. Those ideas will be taken into account in the third committee stage, and also the concerned ministry also notes that there are more areas that can be improved in this bill. This is a very short bill, and therefore some of those ideas may be crystallized in other areas, and therefore even if we are unable to incorporate every idea in this very short bill, the government affirms that it has taken note of those affirmance. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we shall take into account the importance of this bill in managing various forms of droughts. We do know droughts can affect various regions in this country, whether northeastern, whether coast, even in central Kenya or even western. We do have this problem of drought, and therefore when we amend this bill as proposed by this bill, we shall ensure that this National Drought Management Authority can receive money from Parliament, it can receive money from donations. Currently, the law as it is, it doesn't allow this authority to do so. So therefore, thank you, senators, for those contributions. I beg to reply, and also know that, and also ask for the division maybe to be held at a later date. Thank you. There's no second. Isn't it? There's no second.
Yeah, honorable senators, I think that brings us to the end of that debate on the bill. You have a point of order? Pardon? Honorable senators, that brings us to the debate to an end on this, on the bill. And the division will be listed, I think, tomorrow. No, yeah, that will depend on whether we'll have numbers or not, because I've seen the urgency of the bill. So if we'll have numbers, it can be listed for tomorrow, and if we have numbers, it will have to be passed. Next order.
Order number 17, the Prompt Payment Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2020, second reading.
Senator Zani? Oh, Senator Zani, sorry for that. I did not have this information, but Senator Faria was on the floor. Yeah, she was the person who was on the floor when the House was adjourning. So we give the opportunity to Senator Faria to continue moving. I think it's still in the moving stage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to continue with the moving of this motion. Madam Speaker, the bill proposes to put in place procuring entity to ensure priority is given to the payment of outstanding debts for the supply of goods and services for procuring entity. Madam Speaker, in this respect, the bill provides that in determining which debts shall be given priority in a procuring entity shall have regard to debts upon which the payment fell due, and payments shall be paid chronologically, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be a list of register where when somebody has finished, the payment is due with all the documentation, all the certification, everything. When that is ready and the invoice is certified that it is ready for payment, Madam Speaker, it is registered. Madam Speaker, and then the next one that follows that process is also followed, Madam Speaker. And then given that, Madam Speaker, the payment by a public entity will be according to priority of how those invoices arrived, not in the current system, who probably paid the 10%, who probably was the relative of who probably had an vested interest in that payment, and then that payment being prioritized. And Madam Speaker, and often sometimes in the counties, the way we've seen, even supply of air is the first one to be prioritized because somebody has a vested interest. Madam Speaker, given that the fact that delay of payment of public contract is usually compounded by dispute in terms of contract, the bill proposes that where procuring entity disputes an invoice, the procuring entity shall, within 14 days, return the invoice to the supplier and identify in writing any defects in the invoice and require the supplier to correct the defect. Madam Speaker, the importance of that provision is the fact that sometimes, somebody can just put your payment under the cupboard with the pretext that it has not met the requirement of the invoice, and therefore cause it to further delays, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and now this it cures the mischief where someone cannot use that an invoice was defective as a reason to delay supplier payment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and then there is also ensuring of implementation of provision of the law. The bill provides that where supplier has delivered an invoice to the procuring entity and the accounting officer or the responsible officer of the procuring entity negligently or maliciously or without reasonable cause fail to return the invoice as provided, or
Sorry, Senator. You have a balance of 47 minutes once the bill is listed again next time. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the House. The Senate stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 24th June 2020 at 2:30 p.m.